What's up, everybody? Nick Blazer here, your host for the Loot Rocky Grand Prix 2023, first ever Loot Rocky Grand Prix. And we're coming back soon with undefeated bracket quarterfinals matchup between Levan Petrosyan of Armenia and Ralf Jonas of Germany. This is from a 87 player field. We'll take a look at the brackets there too. So they've whittled it down to just 8 undefeated players remaining to decide who's going to move on through to the grand finals through the undefeated side. There is a second chance bracket of side of the bracket that we'll get to later in the tournament. But for now, we're still focusing on that undefeated action. And yeah, let's take a hop over to the brackets and look real quick at all the players that we had in here so far. Let me pull that up. And yeah, so we can see here where we are in the bracket right now is over with Ralf Jonas and Levan Petrosyan here. But But yeah, so they've Ralf, I guess last match just knocked off Mark Farron, who made a deep run in Gibraltar. We can see over here in the round one that we have some familiar tough names in there. Ilias Kritikos, always a tough opponent. Seb Wilkinson made it a couple rounds in. All these players might still be alive in the second chance as well. Fernando Bracconi, another one. Dirk Schiemann in the mix. All kinds of like common names that we're seeing. It looks like Victor made a short exit to the second chance bracket there too. Lila Leonhardt too. Is she still going? No. Okay. Got knocked off in the second. But yeah, you can get a link to these to this bracket in the video description. You can also check this out online on the First Loot Rocky Grand Prix Facebook page and get links to it that way. But really tough field and fun to kind of look through all the opponents that have made it this far. Good Norwegian contingent in there too. Okay. So yeah, you can go look through there and see who you're rooting for. Other player matchups in the quarterfinals, I can see we have Tobias Helwig and Jili Davidovich, who we saw play yesterday. Nodar Gagwa waiting on either Oliver Squire, who had an awesome match that I got to stream in RAC London, and Elaine Babylon. So tough matchups. And I don't know Romy here, but Hans Lieby, real tough Norwegian player in the quarterfinals as well. So yeah, let's take a hop back over here. And we can see no one's at the player table quite yet. But they're scheduled to start in about 4 minutes from now. I was doing some math on that field of 87 entrants too. 300 euros into the prize pool from each of them, plus 6,000 euros of hotel added money, means that we've got a prize pool of just over 32,000 euros up for grab that they're playing for. I think you can go look on the First Loot Rocky on the brochure to see like all the payout information. I don't think that this match is getting into the money quite yet, but we're getting close. I think the semifinalists start to get some sort of undefeated bracket bonus. And then, of course, the winner of the undefeated bracket gets a bonus payout of 5% for the extra life that everyone else gets so that we can just play a true final. But it's looking like the top prize should be 40% of that is like just over 12,000 euros if I'm doing all my math right. Plus that 5% bonus could, gives another 1,000 or 2,000 if the undefeated finalist actually wins the grand finals too. So good chunks of change up for grabs here. It's exciting stuff. They're playing for quite a bit, and I'm excited to see what they have in this matchup. Of course, Ralf Jonas, someone I'm familiar with seeing in the finals of many of these in deep runs and jackpots, all these tournaments. He's always around. Very strong German player. Levan Petrosyan, the name sounds familiar, but I don't think I've seen as much of his play. So I'm excited to see what he brings to this matchup. But yeah, as soon as the players come to the table, we'll get going. I think we have a couple minutes here. I will send you to a short break screen for a little bit, and we'll be back with this matchup soon. Thanks for joining me, everybody. All right, we got both players at the table. Looks like we're about to get started here. They're picking dice. Probably usually like to choose one of each. So if you're, I don't know, just all these like old school like fairness rules and stuff like that. But making sure the clock works, all this fun stuff. Oh, that's not turned on yet. Okay, I guess we'll have to get that configured as well. But yeah, as soon as the players are ready, we're gonna have that's on the right side, Levan Petrosyan, and on the left is Ralf Jonas. So right side playing the white checkers on bottom, left side Ralf Jonas playing the black checkers on top. And yeah, Ralf always a really tough competitor. I recognize Levan's face, but I don't know as much about his play. So excited to see what they got here. Of course, an Armenian player, probably been playing his whole life, probably very familiar with the checker play. Sometimes you see from some of these like classic players a little bit less familiarity with the cube, since that wasn't always part of the game until more recently, and kind of like other countries bringing that to life. So yeah, we'll see how they play here. Pretty standard step up for the anchor and come down with 2. I like Ralph's play there. 6-5 is pretty natural run as well. And that's going to leave Levan with a pretty simple game plan here of trying to escape and race, but Ralph's still slightly ahead in the race, so doing well. Yeah, advancing to the 18 point probably going to make a lot of sense given that they're so even. He's going to struggle to have the timing to stay back, so I like his decision there. 6-3, a little bit better. Okay, all the same. 4-2 for lack of options, just make a board point, though we don't really care that much about contact in the board, I guess. Oh, interesting. You can actually prioritize just unstacking and race that much. Very interesting idea. Ralf a little bit more interested in contact, but can actually go for distribution there too. All close plays. 3-2 should be happy to unstack. And where we ended up in the race here. Still almost dead even. So very simple game. Should be able to cruise through this one pretty quickly. Any differences in opinion with the bot are going to be pretty minor in general. 6-1 is kind of the one awkward roll that Levan has. Can't afford one more of those, because he can't play that off the midpoint. All the other 6s are very nice from the midpoint. And still struggling to unstack after having put all those checkers there in the beginning. What do we have? 2-5. Gets to unstack, and then the deuce. I don't know. Not too important. Sure. Maybe he should save a 6 there, actually, but okay. Yeah. And 3-2 for Ralf. What are his concerns? Just building his board, working his way home. That seems fine. 6-4, gets to take one off the midpoint. Hooray. Lands in a gap too, so good for his racing configuration. Small racing advantage now for Levan too, so that's much welcome. 2-1, can't do anything about the midpoint for sure. Yeah. Oh, he plays 2-3-1. Yeah, there we go. Nice catch, Ralf. 3-2 gets the cover. Beautiful. Very prepared for the contact. Only down 3 pips in the race, so it can escape with a big set as well. 5's going to come down for sure. And maybe we could, again, I think saving a 6 kind of important there, but he's going to keep going for maximum racing purity and efficiency. And just plays into the board. 4-1, not ready to give anything up. Oh, wow, he can volunteer an ace with the 2 blots instead of having to go deep to the 3. Okay, small stuff. Nice, comfortable roll for 11. 6-4, something's got to go. It's going to be the midpoint. No need to leave one out there, and I don't think it just gains us enough on aces. Our opponent's only going to hit if it helps them. 4-3, can just dump to the ace without saving a 6. Oh, he's going to go for this, like, yeah, sometimes we can do this if we're far enough ahead in the race and not thinking about contact at all. Maybe this is a little bit premature here, though. Double 6s. Ralf is wishing he could escape off the bar point, but stuck there, and so dead even race again. 4-3 is almost certainly going to the ace this time, right? Now we're just going to stack up the deuce. Oh, he plays 6-3. Yeah, then we can make the ace. Okay, save a 6. Ralph's going to have to help him see the dice, it seems. There. I think both going to the ace. Yeah, pretty natural play with the aces. Just barely has room to stay there. Oh, cool. Ralph's using like the felt side of some of those checkers too. They have some sort of like pad on the bottom of them that we don't always see there. I don't think he can afford to leave the anchor here, so just going to clean that up. And who's going to leave the first shot? Both stubbornly waiting. Ooh, 3-1's not good for Levan. I don't think he can afford to leave anything, but it's not fun to have to break his board further. All right. Doesn't save himself a 4 on board either. 5-2 is going to force Ralf to leave. And I don't think Levan's board is going to be strong enough to have a cube here. Still a little bit of work to do even after he hits. And I think he'll be happy to claim with the 2 open points when he gets away with it. And yeah, I guess he's counting which way leaves the most shots. Maybe advancing and leaving that sort of double shot could be better. But this one only has 1 checker in play. Okay, Levan does want to cube this. This is pretty significant early. I think Ralf is going to know that if he has the count already, then he knows this instantly. But maybe he has to count the pips quick to figure out that he's ahead in the race. And that when missed, he's doing great. When hit, he can still enter and win the race. So easy take for him. And Levan's still going to get to leverage some volatility here, and on a hit, he'll be happy he sent it for the most part. 5-4, not so much. Now he's hurting in the race, has to give up the 8 point, and Ralf is likely to escape with a racing lead holding the cube too, which is going to put him in a great equity position in this game, but can't quite get by. Okay. So this is one of these funky places where maybe we want to turn 6s into his worst roll instead of his best roll and advance 18 to 16 at least. We, of course, could reduce shots by going to the 13, but we get a little more contact this way and have the better board. So probably, we do want to stay all the way back though. Okay. Very interesting. I would have found what he came up with there. Guess maybe not all of them clean up or something. 5-1. 5s are really bad now too when we advance off that. So gains quite a bit with his play. 5-1 is going to bring 2 down. And what is it seems like it reduces shots, but for some reason XG prefers a different play. A lot of volatility on this, though. He's still down 4 pips in the race. Maybe with wastage. No, it still doesn't look great for him. But, it's like equal a lot of the time. And then about a third of the time, he's just winning. So he's going to think about, if I win a third, his winning chances should be like right around 2/3. And there's a lot of swing on this particular roll. Maybe I would still wait because it still can be nice to claim with the open 6 point after we hit. We're not risking gammons or anything like that. But interesting. This is a more interesting cube decision for Ralf, I would say. Yeah, so we're right around that 2/3 point. But again, the volatility matters when we're really sad after having claimed the game. We're going to get, 10-ish pips ahead in the race. It's not like we're just like overshooting our market by that much, So still kind of a valuable cube. Gets to link up even. I think he should make the 8 point. Okay, he's going to cover in case his opponent enters and hops out, I guess is the idea there. But I would make it just for maximum safety. 5-1 is going to fan, and now we can claim this game with almost no gammon threat. And don't think it's too good for that reason either. But yeah, sends it back and wins 2 points on the first one. And off we go to 13 away, 11 away. Ralf with a small lead. Well, I kind of like it when they put the checkers upside down. We can see them a little bit better then. Those black checkers get lost on stream. All right, a 6-3 to open. Let's see how he likes to play this. Looks like a split. That is the standard open with that roll as well. How does Ralf respond? 5-4 tends... Oh, it hits in the outfield, yeah. Otherwise, after 6 splits, we tend to hit on the ace quite a bit too. Good start for Ralf. 4-6. Ouch. The 6 doesn't... Oh, yeah, the 6 links up and makes the bar point. Okay, great shot for him. Now he has an anchor. Nice, simple game. Most game plans, not too scary anymore. 5s. Cannot get to safety. Has a lead in the race. So I think he's going to make the... I'm not sure. Does he want to park it in front of the anchor on the 10 maybe and make the 3 point along with that? That seems like it makes the most progress towards home. That's my first idea, but he should actually stay back. Yeah. Slotting seemed like an idea too, trying to reduce shots. But I feel like I'd at least like to have a board point. So I'm not really sure what's better about staying back on the 15 versus coming around to the 10, but okay. All these plays relatively close. Double 4s is going to gain back to only a 9 pip deficit in the race, but under a lot of pressure here. Gets to make the 5 point though. So beautiful Structural improvement. 6-5. Can't clean up, but can escape. So now when he fades the ace, he's in a very clear, kind of defined full freedom position. 6-5 is happily going to run around, he says. Maybe keeping the contacts okay. I'm interested there, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure why he wants to break contact with a losing race and a better board and all these things, but okay. Ralph's plan is clear, but doesn't have enough of a lead to send the cube quite yet. Usually once he has like a racing cube, he can send it even in this kind of holding game, and his opponent's just going to have deeper takes. So 13-14, maybe we're right on the edge of a pure race sending. So I wouldn't be inclined with the score and the bar point anchor to send quite yet, but we're getting close. Definitely market loss on big sets is the idea. All right, the 4-3 is just going to play in. Oh, interesting. I'm not sure why we want to keep spares on the midpoint here. This looks good to me. 4-6. I like all of Ralph's plays, and XG has like slightly different ideas all over the place. 6-4 is going to bring 2 in. Ralph has gained a little bit in the race, or sorry, Levan has, so no cube, but breaks a lot of contact here. And now we will have pretty pure racing cube decisions from here. Is this 6-6? No, it's a 6-5. Ooh, if he's down in the race, he should not break contact like this. He should still try to keep some, I think. No cube from Ralph because it's only 5 pips. Seems right. Both are coming off the 8 points. Okay. And a 5-1 for Levan. Just simple racing distribution plays now that there's no contact. 6-5. So he has a 7 pip lead now. It's getting, again, like really close with the cube. What is this? 6 in, 5 in? Okay. And cube most likely coming at this sequence after a big roll. And yeah, 5 is not going to hold it off. In fact, it should be a pass for Levan. It's just point of last take here should probably be 10 pips using the Trice formula. And Levan happily going to take, though. Okay. Not afraid to gamble a little bit in a simple race. We'll just see who rolls better. 4-2. Should bring 2 checkers in. Love where it goes to the 5 there. The stack on the 6 point is a little tall there, but managing. 4-1 can get 2 crossovers somehow. Probably 9-5 and 13-12. Okay. All mostly the same. And 6-1. Sure, fills in the gap on the ace. Or no, it doesn't. It smooths out 6-5. He does. Okay, I like that idea. Big stack on the 6. Want to even it out with the 5 points. Make sure we don't have bad 5s down the road. Double 2s is going to come in. Take 2 checkers off. And 6-4. Beautiful looking. Nice wedge distribution. Just what you're shooting for. So things going well for Ralph so far. 5-2 is going to come into the right point. That looks nice. 4-1 gets to take a checker off and then figure out our best ace. Decides it's from the 5 immediately. Okay. And still 21 pips down. So Levan looking for a set of 6s just to get back even in this game. After we use 3 of them to come in, what do? We're probably not going to spend a whole bunch to just even out distribution. Yeah, 4-3 can't be too bad along with it. All of them roughly tied. 4-2, always 2 off if we can, but we can't, so we'll just unstack 6-4. Looks nice. 5-3 gets to take 2 off. And 3-1 gets to take 1 off. And then what is our ace? Probably just off the 4 again. Yep. Perfect wedge for Ralph still. Okay, 4s is going to give a little bit of a sweat. 3 off, and then the last one, probably we keep it on higher points and unstack the taller point. I like that decision. 3-2, probably just taking 1 checker off again. Off the 5, yeah. And where are we at now? Down 8 pips still. Okay. And what is this roll? This is a 5-1. Yeah, looks like it. And I would think that we want to unstack from the 6 here, but he's going to smooth out and try to have more rolls to take checkers off. Not worried about doubles and 5s long term. Just feels like he already needs to roll well. All right. 1 off for Ralph. Not performing with the dice all of a sudden. So leaving a window open here for Levan. Probably this time the ace is going to come 6-5. Not many other options. Still 8 checkers on the board for white, 8 checkers on the board for black. 6-4, that nice distribution is working well for Ralf. Gets to take 2 off again there. 6-4, not as good of a roll for Levan. 3-2 gets to take the 2 off, and 6-3. Beautiful. All right, Ralf seems to be hanging on to it. Oh, he made a legal play there, but okay. And I think Ralf allowed it to stand. We'll do this. 6-2. Oh, we can play like a 6-1 and fix it that way. Aha. And 5 what? 5-4? Oh, 5-1 probably. And we have a 5-1 for Levan. Ralf seeming to be holding on, but it's close. It's a sweat. 6 off and 5 days. Sure, sure. I think we'd rather have checkers on both, but we could play to the deuce instead. All right, Ralf going to hit the clock, and we got a 6-2. Not enough to catch up yet. So now he should start playing for sets is the idea there, I think. 5s can still win it for him. 4-1, 1 checker off, and then we get that 5-deuce configuration. So small favorite to take 2 off next roll. And what does Levan do? Does he put the pressure on? No, he's still going to need a set even if he gets the chance. Okay. But like 2 high checkers off a 5-4 would be a lot of winning chances for him, almost a quarter of the time. 4-4 is good enough. All right. Ralf hangs on for that one, takes another 2 points, and we're on to 13 away, 9 away. And pretty simple game so far. They've escaped the races pretty quickly. Some aggressive cube action on Levan's side, both sending a little bit early, taking a little bit deep. But hey, that can work when the dice cooperate for sure. That seems to be a common suggestion for a strategy for like if you fear an opponent like Ralf who is pretty strong or something, or just want to introduce some extra volatility is a nice way to get to win more games against someone who wants to like grind you down and just find the right decision all the time. So maybe he thinks that way a little bit. Bold plays and see if the dice can help him get through a tournament kind of thing. 6-3 is going to split. Ace is going to hit, make the 5 point, and probably reestablish the 7. Let's see what he wants to do with it. Sometimes it splits. Here is not one of those times. 5-6 fans. Wow, okay. I think at this score line, this must be enough. Probably at normal scores, not quite. Yeah, maybe it is actually at a normal score as well. But yeah, getting that fan on the 2-point board, we have the race lead, we have the position lead, our opponent on the roof, so we got the tempo as well. Just great to have a persistent advantage for the rest of this game. And 4-1, he's going to step up. Here comes the cube. Still nothing really changing too much here after covering the 8, so still an easy early game take. 4-3 gets to hit in the outfield, yeah, instead of having to break the prime to point on head. Not a bad roll that way either, making the 4 point. 3-6 enters, and what is the 6 doing? I suppose we don't mind another checker back, so sure, we'll just slot the bar and try to get some offense going. Oh, he's supposed to respect the 4 prime here, though, and play a little tighter than that. Yeah, I forget about that with that structure, that we got to be a little more careful. 5-4 can just link up in the outfield and play a simple game, or it can try to hit off the edge. I don't know if we gain enough by hitting off the edge here. My instinct would be to just link up, but very close. Must win more gammons. Just doesn't win as many games, which is a fine idea at this score. Deuce in ace hits or ace in deuce hits? I think I'd rather have the checkers on the high points. I like this version for Ralf. Looks good. And what does Levan do from the bar? 5-2. Yeah, okay, he's going to send another checker back instead of having to hit off the edge. Both fine options here. 5-2 is going to do something good for sure. Now he's got 4 checkers behind his 4 prime. Even though he's been recirculated, I think it's a little worse for Ralf being stuck behind the structure. Ace in, 5 down for lack of options, I do believe. I don't think the tempo is worth that much. And it's a little scary again against that 4-point board. But he's going to go for it. Okay, and he's right that it's a close option at least. Understandable that you want to take your last spare off the midpoint. So I think that's what he's fighting for there. Ace is going to come in and hit. And what can the 4 do? Just come around the bend. Yeah, why not? Get another checker in the mix on the offensive side. 18 to 14, a little bit better there. Interesting. Okay, not sure why that would be. And Ralf is going to establish a double anchor game of some sort. Doesn't even bother with the hit, just decides he wants to make the next best anchor and freeze Levan's progress forward, which seems pretty strong to me. 5-2 links up. The 11 point isn't part of the prime, but not a bad place to have 2 builders, anything like that. 5-2. Now that he's got the double anchor, he can play as pure as he wants. I think stepping up with the deuce, though, to try to get out seems strong to me. But I'm wrong. Okay, he can slot and start to work on his board right away. They're very close. I feel like we're going to need that timing with only 47 pips down right now. But he's going to try to generate more by getting behind the prime, which can work, but doesn't always. If you can't free it up, then it's not timing. Wasn't even clear that he needed to hit there, actually, either, too. That's interesting. 2's in, and 5 is stuck playing behind for lack of options. Ralf doesn't like that roll much. 4-2 gets to make another priming point. I don't know why we want to hit here. I think making the 9 is just hugely valuable. Yeah, he sees it now. Not clear that our opponent will be able to get those 2 extra checkers up to the edge and run with 6s. Though I guess a plan B would be to roll an ace, make the 23, and then run off the 21. And this is so bad that he could be like, I guess it's late enough that we can maybe give up the midpoint, but we're getting into risky timing situations when we do that. So it's like tempting to look at coming off the front or something like this too. Now's the time, XG says, okay. What do we have here? A 3-1. He's going to send another checker behind structure. 2 more, yeah. So I think the hit on in the outfield is like super worth it here. Not as clear on the bar point, but it represents all of Ralph's timing, right? Like that's how he was able to play around with freedom. Now when he enters behind the prime, the next thing to go is going to be that 8 points. And he's just going to be crashing all his front position checkers deep into the board. So I like that play from Levan. And Ralf in a tough spot here. Probably slotting the back is very strong here. When our opponent leaves with a 6 and focuses on the 2-3 game, we want to be recirculating and mess up his timing more. 4-3 gets to get up to the edge. Every pip we can spend in back, we're gonna, as Ralf here. And 6-3, I think Levan still just wants to leave that checker on the edge and make him recirculate. So I'm just breaking the 12 here. I don't see anything else. Is there any like clever tactical plays here? Okay, we can play behind to the ace too. I'm not sure why we'd rather do that. I guess we want to clear the 9 points, so why put a checker on it is maybe part of the... we were going to do that either way. I don't know. That's interesting to me. 3-2, nothing doing for Ralf. Aces, I think maybe we just play 9-5. I don't know if we want to lift up the blot on the 10. I still want to be hit and mess up his timing. Yeah, okay. 5-3, can't escape, so he's forced to play to the ace. But is preserving his position and lifts it too to make sure that he doesn't have to bury more checkers with the 5. I like that play from Ralf. Just gives up the 6 entirely to try to kill numbers that he doesn't want. 5 is forced to play behind, and then where's our best 4? Probably just in, right? What else is there? I don't think we really want the ace. We don't want checkers committed behind all the triple anchor game structure. Triple anchor should be stronger if we have timing for it, but Ralf is about to have to start to crack. This might preserve his prime a little bit longer. I don't know. 6-3 gets to come around, though. Great shot for Ralf. 5-2. The 5 is not good. This is part of why we would like to save that, like, checkers on the outside somehow, so that at least we're doing something productive when we're forced to play deep. Ace deuce going to step up for Ralf. Just fine there. Double 5s. This looks like it's going to clear the 6. A point cleared is a point not to be feared, right? He's an underdog now after that one, even with Ralph's poor distribution. So I think he can make the 5 and then step up 21 to 19, but I guess he gets pointed on. I'm not sure he wants to be there, actually. Maybe he should just run all the way. Yeah, maybe we don't want to be on the 19 and provoke. I like that move. Sure would like to have our board point, though. Is this a 5-5? Nice. Levan delays, looking for a 2-1 or 1-1 or 2-2, something like that. Something that allows him to remake. 5 is going to cover. 3 comes around. Ralf trying to make his high points quickly before it's too late. 4-2 gets the clear point. That's a beautiful roll for Levan. Anything that doesn't leave a shot is very good here. 4-2. What are we coming off of here? I don't think we want to make the ace. I don't think we want to play into the 5 and semi-bury that checker. I think we still want it working on the 6. So my instinct is that one of the anchors should go. Typically, it's the front one, too. You want to keep contact as long as possible. But that makes his low numbers play a lot different, so I'd have to go through and count this quite a bit. But this seems like the natural strategic idea. But it's a little early. It's probably just a very tactical thing to count through and see what numbers play better. Oh, he does not have to spend the 3 to hit, but he feels like he's going to go for it right away. Okay, maybe he wants to make that point. I would not have thought of that, but nice play from Levan. Okay, I was just playing safe. But I guess the upside on remaking that is just going to help him bring the 8 and 7 home so much. Only a 3-point board for now. So I can see the merit to it after the fact. In to the 7 and the 9. Yep, just shuffling around from the back, trying to keep the checkers focused on the 6-point. 6-1. Looks like we're forced to play 7 ace. Then do we want to remake the 7 or the 4? I think I'd rather have the board point here. All right, there's still like almost 20% gammons here too. So if he can slime through all this contact, he's still got some chance to even out the match on this game right away. 5-5 is going to hit for Ralf. Can't make the 6-point. Could slot it, I guess. Why does he want to do that? He's just got to leave blots everywhere. That's kind of tough. Maybe he should make the 13 or something in a position like this. I don't know. We're just so loose on the front. I guess he could make the ace from the 11 as well and just hope for more fanning numbers, but I really feel like we need to be focused on the outfield and containment. Look at that, though. The 11-1 does win out. Okay. Yeah, I was kind of thinking of something like this containment play here. That's a tricky one, though. It is usually not what we're thinking of to cover the ace urgently in a position like this. But I guess he's still, even boards and still a lot of risk on being hit. And blots everywhere. It's the only way to clean him up and make something productive. That's a tough find. We'll see if he can pull it off. Close behind is just running to the 13 instead of making the 18. Those plays nearly tied. Yeah, I guess fortunately in this position, there aren't like an abundance of options or anything like that to go through. It's just a little bit like, I think the cover the ace or not is the main decision. And if not, then what else? We're probably going to get to the 13 somehow. And it's hard for me to come up with another like non-ace covering play that doesn't end up just making the 13. So I could at least lower the options there pretty easily, but he's going to find this ace cover and understands that it's just a bit too weak. I like that. And will he make the 18 or continue out to the 13 is the question. It feels like more contact to stay on that 23 there. Strange to me to come off it and make the 18. I'm not sure what we gain there. Oh, maybe our aces are really ugly. Or 2-1 specifically? I don't really know. I don't know. 2-1 seems ugly either way. All right. 5-4 is going to fan. And what does Ralf have here? He's leading the match. It's going to be really hard to find recubes. So probably we're taking some rolls. Almost certainly needs to make the 6-point first. Does he need to make it bad enough to slot it? I'm tempted. I mean, if he gets away with this, that might be enough to win the game. So I think I like his play quite a bit there. Oh, interesting. But he should not go for it all here. It's not too far off. 13-11 down. But it seems like a simpler game. Ooh, the 2-1 is the worst. That's going to shake another blot loose. Decides not to give up the board point. And this feels like enough for, I mean, maybe this is like almost too good territory, but probably a cube for normal scores. So what are we doing at this leading score line where we could face an 8 cube coming back? I'm still tempted. Yeah, what is this, 7.5? So squarely in the middle at normal scores, but not enough here. So good weight by Ralf. 2, 3, this covers the 6. Beautiful. Risks his opponent making the 2 point, but we should have some space to perform a trap play if he does enter and make the 23. 2, 5, might shake another blot loose too. Okay, he's going to come out and hit. He's going to come off the anchor voluntarily, which I think is correct, of course, but 4s and 1s from the roof, no such luck. Ralf with work to do again. I think he should reestablish the 22 and play an 11-5 is my first instinct. Does that give up too much outfield, though? Could also just make the 19 and leave that blot where it is. Maybe we need to worry about the outfield more. I'm leaning towards the 19 after I look at it for a little bit longer. Yeah, that seems to be a key feature, is not disconnecting the checkers here. However, we want to do that out to the 16 is an option too, just a little bit better to make the point. We get to block double 6s and double 4s and things like that. 4, 5. What is this going to do? This is going to hit. Well, the 4 should hit for sure. And then I guess, yeah, what do you have other than the 5 out? And the outfield belongs to Levan. Beautiful shot for him. Beautiful turnaround. And 3-1 gets to... Does it even need to anchor up? I don't think so. I think you can just stay for maximum contact and play 3-2 here. Wow, why do we want to anchor instead? 19 to 18 is... Oh, that's a really fun maximum contact play too. So it doesn't even win more to play 3-2 for some reason. I guess maybe there's some, like, it just lets sets by. I don't really understand this one. I guess long term, the contact with the 17 should be nice. Maybe prevent some things. But, you know, when we have a 5-point board to our opponent's 3-point board like this, I feel like every pip back deeper is worth so much. We still have an anchor on the 19. So I don't see the risk there, you know. I like how much more the 19 to 18 split wins, but okay. Ralf finds the best of it there, too. Well done. I would miss that one. This is what? 5-1. That just gets a checker to safety, I think. Oh, it could make the 13 and leave no shots. But I think I'd rather... Yeah. Yeah, that is what it should do. Okay. Interesting. I guess I was thinking the checker on the 18 is a long way from home. 5-5 can't hit. So it's just going to end up going all the way with these two, I think. Oh, it can stay 7 away for contact. Maybe that controls more of the outfield. That's an interesting idea. Yeah. There we go. So the connectivity is key again. 5-4 forced to come around to a direct 6 shot, I do believe. That's going to bring it closest to safety, and when he's missed, he's back in the driver's seat. Still with work to do to clear that 8, so we're seeing the value of having the 22 now. Does provide some very nice last resort safety once those blots get around. Interesting. Why do we want to park on the 13? Do we have that bad of rolls following up or something? I'm not really sure. It could be a few more shots, but it doesn't really seem like it. That's a tricky one to me. 6-6. Okay, that's perfect for Ralf. 2 out, and then no need to leave the 2-6 from the bar. So I think we'll just play to the 10 twice, cover the outfield that way. Get a whole bunch of shots on a 2-5 or a 2-6. And a whole bunch of shots on any other deuce as well, since we'll be hitting loose in the board. And not a lot of gammons in this position, but almost no wins for white. So Ralf could easily have a recube in a game like this. Maybe in the driver's seat to claim shortly here. I think with the open 2, he doesn't want to keep rolling on and risk his opponent entering and racing. But I think it's pretty optimistic to take this afterwards, too. I think probably the wins are in like the 80% range for black, I would estimate. And on a closeout, it's going to be maybe around like 10% gammon, something like that. Not too many. Let's see if he can enter first. Entering is huge. So fan. Okay, it is actually technically too good. We're up to 94. I didn't think it was that good. That's Ralf knows, though. I probably would lose my 41. See if my opponent wants to make some sort of crazy score take. And Ralf still doesn't want to leave shots from the bar. I think that's prudent. 6 comes in. Ace covers the 2-5 out a little bit better. I like that play. And not making an easy job of bringing this home. 6-6. So he does have shot levers here too. So maybe that makes it less too good than last time. Yeah, 2 down and 5 in looks pretty strong. I think I like the 10-5 version for how the double 6s and 5s play. I don't know. I don't know why that looks right. I don't want to create a inner gap is kind of my idea, but I guess this is closer to bearing into, so maybe that's the more relevant thing here. And 6-5 for Ralf. Gets to play the 5 in and the 6 off. Okay. Wow, and this would be a disaster if Ralf ended up gammoning Levan on his own cube here to go to 5 away, 13 away for a huge match lead. Just trying to save it. The turnarounds for wins are going to be pretty unlikely for Levan, especially since Ralf can just leverage the cube if he gets into bad shape in any place. So really just trying to save that extra 2 points here, hoping that he can only give up 7 away instead of 5 away. 6-1. That should save a lot of gammons just entering there. It looks like he should be a sizable favorite to save it now. 2's going to come in. 3's going to come down, I do believe. And yeah. Almost always saves here. Unless Ralf does something spectacular. 2 more sets could do it. We would need a miss from Levan too. Yeah, actually that kind of qualifies as a miss. There could be some here for sure. 6-4 only takes 2 off though, so looks like the gammon is saved. Should go on to 13 away, 7 away. I guess not everything. Does he not take a checker off? Oh, and just resigns a single. Okay, yeah. Got it. So we'll do like this. Double, yes, pass. Sneaky. Six-point lead to start for Ralf. Everything going his way so far. That poorly timed triple anchor game just ended up working out somehow. Even though he had to crash a little bit, lose his 6-point in the process, he was able to bring his board back together in time to take advantage of a late game shot there. So nice stuff from him. On to game 4. Five, 6, simple open for Ralf. He's going to run. And that's the kind of game he's looking for with a score lead. 6-4 does not want to run, typically I don't think, against a run of his opponent since he's down in the race and risking what race he does have in the outfield there. But not a lot of good options either. 5-4, I think just 2 down, because why do we want to step up and be attacked on the high point? Would be my idea here. But we do control the outfield for that blot on the 11 that wants to come around to safety somewhere. So both totally reasonable ideas. This is going to leave a few extra fly shots too. 3-2 can make the 11. Nice improvement for Levan. Helps that 11 points. Very nice to have when you're trying to contain a single back. Okay, he's just going to roll a 6-5 and hop right past it. But I swear sometimes it helps. The 6s or anything that wants to hop to the outfield have a little more trouble from there. Doesn't want to run, given that he's down in the race, going to hold contact and work on his board. And if Ralf can get some points in order quickly with this racing lead, he's going to have probably a strong cube, possibly even at 7 away, 13 away. Might be a few extra rolls away as a result of that score lead. I think 8 and 6-5 for distribution, but okay, slot in the bar can't be too bad either. What do we have? 5-4. Just 2 down, I do believe. No blots and boards, so the fly shots would be unfortunate. But it should build best, and we really need to make a board point to bring this game home. Levan improving much more naturally, gets to make the 7 and the 4 here. Or does he want to step up to the edge is the other idea, I guess, and try to escape. I think he just wants contact, though. I like this. And what does Ralf have? 6-2. Those don't look like the right number of pips apart to make a new point. So there goes the midpoint, which we did need to clean eventually anyway. Next roll, I swear we're going to make a point. Just has to happen. I wonder if there's a roll that doesn't do it. 4-1 can probably just play 2 down. And 13 pips with that much threat of development. That's getting interesting for a cube at normal scores. I think I'm going to wait at this score. But yeah, we're right on the cusp there too. And we can see this score effect of like it doesn't change that much when there's not that many gammons present and the strength of the cube is just plain wins. We don't mind sending cubes as a leader in simple games like this where, there's not that much time left for the recube. It's not impacting our gammons, all these kinds of things, because there aren't gammons. So the recube would be very strong if Levan can escape and get ahead in the race. So that is something of a weapon, but when you're ahead this far, it's not that likely. And so it's still okay to get that cube in for that reason too. 2-1 looks like it wants to make a point. Yeah, okay, but he wants to find a maximum safety play and not leave the fly shots at all. He could be on to something. The distribution doesn't look great after making the 5. It's hard to pass up making the 5, though, isn't it? Maybe I like his play the longer I look at it, but yeah, it's just like essential for racing, distribution, and everything. I mean, they're very close. Very interesting idea. Like, I guess this actually wins more to just play the quiet way, but it wins more gammons when we make the 5. Interesting. So that should be the normal play winner. I don't know. No. I think maybe usually 11-9, 8-7 comes out on top. It's hard to tell here. Interesting find by Ralf. That's like a very deep view of the game to pass up those simple rules of making the 5 and go for something that just looks more flexible and realize it's not the priority of the position, you know? 3s, maybe, sure, we can just play nice like this instead of advancing our structure, I guess. Okay. Plays in and in. Got it. 4-2 finally gets to make that board point. And way better distribution to potentially make the 5 point next time. I think making the 4 is probably stronger than the 5 there. Yeah, why give it up? Ace-5 rolls forward quietly. And only 4 pips ahead now, but a lot of priming value in this position too. So this looks like, I mean, it could be a strong cube on the threat of making the 5, but usually you don't love to send on threats as much as the score. Yeah, almost a pass actually though. Okay. Yeah, like 78%. So misses all kinds of last roll value there. 6-2. It could be that he just wants to play quiet and kind of not get into any volatility with the match lead if he thinks he's got his opponent outclassed, all these things. 6 prime should be a little bit tough to play out here. But who knows? Maybe 11 thinks he can get his opponent behind that prime. Technically too good. Very tough to win this, but very tough to win a gammon with very little outside too. And he's down so much in the match that, I guess he wants to start to think, how am I going to get back into this? Wisely passes after all, though. And on we go to 13 away, 6 away. Over the halfway point for Ralf, and no points on the board for Levan. (5-1) trailing. I think we can probably start to slot if we want, but still a split at the score. Okay. Only at the most sensitive scores we slot that 5-1. That's very interesting. 5-2 splits in response. 3-1 gets to make the best board point. So advantage for Levan. And really with this big of a deficit, he's got to start thinking about the cube soon. After this double hit, I don't think it's quite enough. I don't see what else Ralf can do. He does want to take some tempo away, I think, and just not allow his opponent to progress. I like the play. But, yeah, more sensitive scores. Maybe we'd send it already, but here I think we can prudently wait a little bit. But we're getting awful close. And what does Ralf have from the bar here? Or not from the bar. 6-4. Oh, he gets to anchor up. Beautiful. Okay. That's going to take away any ideas of early cubes. 10-pip race, anchored up. Nice command of the position. But Levan with the better board, the better purity, all these things. And Ralf with the dead checker on the ace. So he just needs to find a way to get this home quietly. And already can't do it. What is the best way to play this 6 then? Just, yeah, reduce shots, put it in front, hope to make that point later. I like that idea. I don't see anything that produces more than that. And now with the strong board, Levan wants to pause the thing about the cube. Yeah, he's actually pretty close again. Totally reasonable to send that. 2 hits, and the 6 is going to come out from the back. Okay. 4-6 enters, and doesn't want to hop out to a double shot or bury a checker behind. Way down in the race, so he's in trouble here. Yeah, doesn't want to come out and provoke with so much better of a board either. And with the threat of attacking the checker behind, this looks pretty strong for Levan. I like this cube, yeah. And Ralf going to snap it up and knows that he can play the holding game out. But he's got chances of going for the attack. So 3-2 could just make the 16 and simplify, but I like going for it with the board point and 2 blots out there. Yeah, I think the hit seems nice. He can actually play bigger than this. Doesn't need to clean up. Can bring another checker into the zone for covering here. Now looking to cover the 4 with 4s and what else? Whatever it is from the midpoint. 9s. 4-4 is going to do a lot. Going to bring... Does it want to bring 2 down like that? 3 down? Maybe we should actually start putting like checkers on the prime instead, since this point does not communicate with the rest of our structure. A6 links up, takes away a ton of the gammon threat. Huge roll for Ralf from the bar. And so still commanding position for Levan for the win. Still needs to get by the contact, but going to have a hard time winning extra now that his opponent has this anchor and doesn't have to get blots involved. And so before our opponent also gets a board in order, now is the time to start volunteering in the outfield and trying to make our way home. Let's see if we can come up with an opportunity to clear the midpoint early here too. 4-3 is just going to come around. Okay. Yeah, I guess so. I'm thinking about it already. 6-4. Does it make... Yeah, gets to make another point. Okay. So now Ralph's board is ready enough that we're not just volunteering with anything. 6-1, going to be forced to play quiet to the deuce. And 6-4 for Ralf. Gets mobilized that extra checker off the 18, I think. Doesn't look like there's anything really nice to make in board with it. And that can be a struggle to get that checker moving in time. But, oh wow, he wisely pauses to think about it. I would have just done that instantly, but he's right that there's better options available. 5-3, there's a Blotten board. 3-point board, we have a way better board. He decides now's the time when we can reduce it to just that single 3 shot and then be done when we're missed. Nice play by Levan. 6-5 is going to play down and slot the next point. And 17 pip lead. You know, this is overcomable by a set, but all the hard work is done for Levan now. 5 can come into a high point if it wants. So he's going to play in this way instead. Probably would have made the deuce just for distribution. But 4-2, 2 off the 7 looks great. Covers a point, slots the next best point. Aces, gets to clear the 9. One step closer to home. And a 5-3 is going to cover. Just from the mid seems fine. Sure. Wants to keep his contact, of course. 5-6. Let's bring in 2 in. And just needs to fade an ace on next roll, and then he'll be home free to the race. 3-1, both off the 8, sure. All right, hits his first ace, but he can just shift to the ace point here. Not too bad. Starting to hurt the race a little bit. But, you know, nothing too serious. The wastage could count eventually. 2-1, Ralf not doing anything about the race. He's focused on contact. And no ace up, 2 in. All right. Cruising to the preferred game plan for Levan now. Let's see if Ralf can find some sets to get back in it. 4-1 isn't going to do it. Five one looks like 2 off. 3-2, just taking crossovers somewhere. Yeah, we want to diversify the numbers instead of parking on the 6 on the 12 there, I think. 6 away from coming in. We like to have easier crossovers when we have this much time. 6s come in and take a checker off. Okay. One more of those and he'll be in a good shape. But still trailing by quite a bit here. 5-1 looks like 1 off and slot the ace. Sure. And what does Ralf have? Is he going to make a game out of it here? 3-2? Not yet. Takes 2 off, though. 4-2 is another 2 checkers off. 3-2 is another 2 checkers off. We have here 5 what? 5-2 it looks like. He could have left the checker on the deuce by playing the deuce first. That might be a little bit better. I don't know. What did he just hit here? A 3 what? A 3-5. 2 off, and then a 4-1. All right. Things still looking good for Levan. Ralf still needed a big set to get back in this. 5 off. The 5-3 is interesting. I guess the 4-2 looks very natural as well. Just unstack the heavier point. But maybe it makes more sets work. Probably makes his 5s and 4s play a little bit better. Or his 4s mainly. So if he needs the set to get back in it, he can find this kind of play, I think. Nice play, Ralf. What has Levan got? 6-2. Finds a miss. Needs one more deuce to really fall off a roll and give Ralf some extra chances. 4-2. Where is he? Still 2.5%. Not a whole lot. Yeah, playing from the back and counting on big sets. What is he? No deuce up. That'll do it. All right. Levan on the board. And we move on to 11 away, 6 away. A little something to work with. Still some pretty aggressive cubes in theory for Levan, and Ralf going to have to be very careful getting in his initial cubes. 5-4. Let's see if he starts to play down with this too to adjust to the score. Still wants to split here. Okay. Yeah, not too surprising to see like not much match adjustment kind of thing. If we hit loose, I think we play to the 11. That looks good. Not afraid to make plays like these at the score. Still have to try to win. 4s gets to enter, hit, and make the 4-point. Is what it looks like. Strong start for Levan. And what does Ralf do here? He's going to... Oh, he's going to hit again. Okay, maybe making the 11-point looked like something, but you'd have to put the third checker on the 24 and wisely avoids that. And already misses a cube with the better board and 3 back, threatening a 4th. 5's going to enter and unstack to the 4. Sure, to the 11 would help make the 5 a little bit better. 5-2 can enter high and cover the 11. Oh, he wants to make the double anchor just in case, though, instead. Okay. Yeah. That's a big play, a long-term one. It doesn't seem pleasant at this score either. And Levan going to miss another small cube at this kind of score. 3-1. What do we want to do with this? I kind of want to make the 5-point and volunteer a bunch of shots. Why not? Does he want to come off it? Or at least the 3-point. But he goes for the anchor. The anchor really just should not... Oh, it's very close there. But I wouldn't have thought that it would be called for, given that our opponent has a pile of checkers back, not that much in the zone. Like it just doesn't seem urgent to have the 20 there. But he had a lot of builders for the 5-point, so that could be part of it. Nice find by him. 5-2 is ready to just leave. Okay. Should just stack up, but he wants to go for it all now. 6-4 is going to leave a new game plan of some sort. Does not have the timing for the ace-deuce. Yeah, I like this decision to come off the back, try to see some outfield, and try to prevent that checker on the 20 from getting home. Still not thinking about the cube, though. Missing some big opportunities here. 5-3 is going to do what? It's going to point on the ace with that spare? Okay, that seems pretty nice. 5-3. Is it going to enter high and hit loose? Like what? I guess we could just make that anchor. Just making that anchor looks pretty strong, actually. Yeah, I think we should just have the 20 for the long term. And this is like maybe a playable game now, even if our, we were on the ropes for a while, but now when our opponent doubles, we have this holding game value to sit on for a long time. Levan gonna hit and probably maybe coming out from the back would be nice to try to get home. He can just run entirely. Okay, interesting. And comes down to the 8 with it. And he gets a fan. And so we probably lost our market by a mile now. Not by a mile, but we have lost our market. Still rolling. I don't think he's going to be... He could be thinking that he wants to win a gammon. 3 in. 4 going to start a point finally. Okay, Ralf really desperate to make the 22. Doesn't look like he's going to get the chance, though, because Levan's going to get that cube in, and I think it's going to be an easy pass for Ralf. Yep, let's it go. And on we go to 10 away, 6 away. All the extra checkers back in the opening means a lot more gammons than usual, and so at these sensitive scores, those are where the aggressive cubes come in and the aggressive passes as well. Got to be very careful when we start to get checkers recirculated. Not the ideal game plan when you're leading the match by quite a bit either. We choose it a lot at normal scores and for money and things like this, but tough to make up that gammon deficit, when you have a big match lead, because the opponent's gammons get a lot more valuable. 5-4, presumably going to split just like last time. And 4-2 gets to make a board point. A little bit better opening sequence for Ralf. Let's see if Levan can establish the Kirin point. He can. What is his ace if he does it? I don't care. I think I'm just going to do it in slot because the 20 point in front of that 20 that made 4 point is just so strong. Yeah, good play. 3-1 gets the hit though. So a race lead and checkers back lead for Ralf, but Levan with a very strong hold on the 20. So this rates to be a nice long even game. 2 in and 6 behind to avoid the double shot. Yeah, okay, he can go to play pure here, being down in the race anyway. Very interesting. 6-3 probably just going to come around the bend. See if our opponent wants to come off their anchor with a 6 when they're still outboarded and got a blot and board. Probably not. 5-1, for example. Probably just going to blind on the ace because we can. Cleans up that blot and board and buys the tempo, and then if our opponent does something poor enough, maybe we attack next time. I like that play from Levan. Tough to make deep points like that when you have 3 checkers back and you're counting on contact, but I think there was just called for. 2 covers, very nice asset for Ralf. Might have trouble clearing it later, but for now it's good. 6-4 can make the deuce now. Yeah, I guess we could also slot the better point. We're so out of spares here that you can kind of see that maybe it's not worth spending them all on the deuce point there. Close stuff though. 6-4 for Ralf. I'm thinking just keeping it simple, but maybe we need to point on the deuce or something like that. Yeah, just coming around. Okay. I would probably find his 10 play, but yeah, we can see with the 3-point board, there's a little bit of value in getting to attack. We put our opponent on the roof, clear some contact. Weak plays either way. 2 down, and he wants the 1 to... That seems like it reduces contact to me, but I think he's trying to see the light and have a path out, which I don't think we want when we're down in the race anyway. 2 cleans up. And then what do we want to do with the rest of them? I guess we're probably playing 6-4 no matter what either. Then we're either stacking up the 11 or making the 9. Yeah, I think making the 9 against that blot on the 22 looks pretty nice. I like this play. Lots of ways to make the bar later. Okay, we get to slot and play a checker down for 11. Life is good. Oh, you can actually go for better distribution than that. Very interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. 6s aren't very good in the follow-up here. 6-3. 6-3 can point on head. Or it can stack up the 4. Now seems like a good time to start to clear contact, though, and play for a little bit more, so I would go for it. Better to just clean it up. Okay. Understandable play for me. 2-6. 6 is awkward. I guess maybe we just give up the midpoint to avoid burying a checker being down in the race here. But no, we got a 8-2 is just so hard to find for me. It just feels like such a give up play. Doesn't really matter. We're passing either way. Okay. And does Ralf know that? With a 6-away, 10-away lead, 15 pips in the race, threatening the third back in purity. He's going to send it. He's going to get a take out 11 right on the borderline of that take pass. Okay. Well found there. 6-5 is going to clean up some. Okay. Not sure I would have found that cube for sure. I guess ahead in the race, some extra contact. We got the better board. Yeah, it seems pretty strong. Maybe 6-2 should just cover the 5. I'm still struggling not to find like very pure plays in a game like this where I know I just feel like I need contact to win, but maybe the race can still work, so I guess there's something to it. The ace appears to be 4-3. I don't think, unless we want to volunteer a shot now, maybe that's worth it. I guess if we do, we could play it to deuce. Maybe it's a good time to do that. Oh, we can leave the indirects in the outfield of the bottom board. Yeah, this is much better. I really like this play. Well spotted. 6-1. Does it want to try? I don't think so, but the returns on the 20 don't look too bad. I guess trailing in the match, yeah, I mean, the more I look at it, probably why not. What else? We can make the 4-point board and just wait for a shot. I don't know. This is tricky. They're super close, almost tied. We give up a ton of gammons when we hit. Double aces. Okay, we can lose some gammons this way too, though. I think we would like to make the 7-point here to interact with the ace if our opponent enters there. I don't really mind giving up the 5-3. Oh, he's got a 4-point board, though. No, probably need to find the safe play. I like this. And 5-5. What's this going to do? It can hop out and make the 3-point or just play safe. Probably slot the 3. Yeah. Too much racing equity for crazy plays. Only down 3 pips. So actually, maybe given that, maybe you should bring all 3 out to the 15 would be totally reasonable here. Yeah, look, all these plays like nearly tied. If he counts the race and recognizes how close it is, he might find like this kind of play B. Nice to hold the cube in a simple game like that where we've escaped 2. Okay, yeah, this was first instinct play for me as well. Prioritizes contact and just misses out on the opportunity to play a simple game instead. 6-2, probably going to play 4-2 with it to keep the spares on the 6 available for playing big numbers later. 3-1. Wow, we can go all in on that no contact idea. That's really surprising to me with the race as close as it is. I have trouble finding that. Just plays 12-4. Okay. All the plays very close. 5-4 could slot the front point or cover. Our distribution just looks weird when we cover, so I don't know. I'd be a little confused, but probably worth it. It's going to be bad for our race to have that gap on the 4-2, so it could have been an interesting time to consider having a 4-point board and 2 blots instead of a 5-point board, but it's going to make it a lot harder for Ralf to use this to play 13-8 or something like that now. So I think he probably just needs to hold his position and hope his opponent rolls 6 and has to leave. And maybe we don't even want that blot on the ace, so maybe 6-2, 4-3 is like a nice play here. Just in case we get a chance to hit next time. Yeah, I think he must be thinking about whether or not this is the right time to leave the shot on the midpoint or not. And he goes for it. Okay. Only 64 wrong. Pretty close. What do you have here? No hit. Just has to lift the blot, prepare for a fly shot again. Maybe keeping it slotted to have the pure board is a little bit stronger there. Ralf gets away with it with just a 9-pip lead. So this is another problem with volunteering it, is that we don't like win every time we get away with it either. 5-3, is it safe enough to run? It's very destructive not to. So yeah, I think probably going for it makes a lot of sense. Easy find for Levan. Very comfortable with the checkers. He seems like a strong player. 6 in and maybe 4-3 for distribution, I guess. But does he need to go for the loose hit to preserve his race? I mean, sometimes in these positions we need to do that to just prevent our opponent from escaping and maybe winning a game that way, holding the cube. All right, slots the ace, though, for maximum racing benefits. And double twos, down 8. I think we don't want to stay and maybe get hit and lose our racing equity, so we should just go. Hang on to it while we can. 20 to 16, the 6 to 4 looks beautiful. And then whatever you like with the last one. Decides 12 to 10 is what he really wants. Okay. I could even see 6 to 4 twice here, but interesting. Yeah, not worried about the gap on the 4-point, apparently. That, I have learned, can be very costly in the bear-off. So 3-2 is going to bring 2 in from the 8. Ralph's still trying to preserve his racing lead. I don't know what the recube take point is, but I'm probably going to work with something like 25 in a position like this. So Levan going to need to get the cube in a little bit earlier. Almost no risk of it coming back on 8. And Ralf needs to get it in before Ralf has the chance to pass, really, is the big thing. But still trailing here, so not quite yet. 5-2. Can play a 6 to 4 for racing distribution. Is he going to do it this time? He hasn't been looking for these kind of plays, but seems to spot now that it's like near bear off time that it might be important now. Yeah, just plays in to get checkers off instead. Totally understandable. They're close. Seems like his style to play that way. So 6-3 is 2 off. And ouch, immediately sees the double 4s. So we're going to stack up, yeah, probably 3 of them to the deuce and 1 to the ace. Seems nice. It's a lot of pips at least. I wonder if that's enough to even think about the cube. No, he's still down in the... No, he's ahead in the race and down in the EPC. So that means he's going to be an underdog after this roll still no matter what. And I think he'll know that with Ralf having a bunch of checkers off and him having none. 3 what? 3-1. 2 checkers off. I guess the pips on the dice don't matter too much. Looking for sets, though, to catch up and checkers off is the big deal for him. Doesn't want any more missing 4s either. Some 6s and 5s before that happens would be very nice, but he's got time. Something 1. 3-1 again. Ouch. Okay, he's starting to create some potential misses on 3s and aces as well. Bear off, not going to plan. Two, 3 gets to take a checker off and slot the 3. All numbers working well for Ralf pretty much. Smooth ride for him so far. Double 5s is a big step. Does that gain a roll too? Yeah, it gets him to a 4-roll position. And Ralf has a 4-roll position himself right now. So we're getting into something like interesting here. How would I qualify this? This is probably 3-roll at best and probably 4-roll at worst for Ralf. So if we're in a 4-roll, maybe we would think about the cube here. Yeah, we do have a borderline one, and he's going to pass that up. Again, not expecting much with like score adjustments, so he's probably going to need a big miss from Ralf here to find a cube in a position like this, which I don't think this is going to be enough either. But often this is going to take like more than the 2 rolls for Ralf. Tough to avoid a miss, so he's going to wait until he claims the game. This is a big volatility chance to get back in the match there too. Well, Ralf still had a big take and gets the ace up miss right away. And so this is just going to be an easy double pass now. There it comes on 4 and Ralf doesn't want it. Nice turnaround for Levan. He's going to move on to 8 away, 6 away and what looks like a pretty close match now. That's interesting. I wonder what those look like on the match progression. The swinginess of that. You know, I guess XG is going to think that he should be making certain plays, like with certain, like, so it could kind of like spike a lot more with like expected value of the position versus like chosen play and things like that. I'm not sure. 6-4. Ralf likes the splitting play in the opening. Okay. And this is right at this score. Wow. How does he know that? 6 away, 8 away. I would not have known. 4-3 is just going to hit loose on the ace. This is a creative opening here. Usually we're supposed to split and duplicate 2s, but the scoreline not too bad. 3-6. We hate taking that spare off the 8-point like this, though. It's kind of the problem with a play like that. And we don't really like hitting on the ace anyway. Sometimes we do with 5s for lack of options and a disconnect from the bar point, all these kinds of ideas. But yeah, 7 from the 8, not so good. 5-4 gets the hit and cover. That's a nice shot for Levan. I'm sure, too, that he knows how to bring this game home after making some opening plays like that, too. Got a sense that he's pretty comfortable with the checkers wherever the game takes him. 9-8 is just going to clean up and not be loose on both sides while he's under attack. And I don't think we still have anything at the score even. 6-2, I guess, gets to make the bar point, but we don't really want it when we've made the ace already. We're just looking to use those as builders for board points. 4-2 under a lot of pressure from 10 in the zone now. Maybe entering deeper is a little bit more prudent and playing down. Yeah, I like that decision. No, we should just come up for an anchor, though. And this could be reasonable to be getting a cube involved at a more sensitive score, maybe. Maybe not quite here. Yeah, no, we got it here, too, though. Okay. This is just interesting to me. We've already seen that Levan is not sending these volatile score kind of cubes, so not surprising to see him sit on that. 2-3, but, you know, if you're curious for your own study what you would have done, you can show all those, too. Just make the board point is a little bit better. Interesting. This hit loose makes a lot of sense to me to keep things intact. But I guess we already talked about how we don't want the 7 after making the ace, so it makes sense that way. Give it up and make a really nice board point. Ralf returns fire from the bar, as does Levan. Third checker back. Still 9 in the zone. Still threatening blitz, but Ralf gets the anchor now. Hitting for sure. Is he just going to hit twice more or make the 4 point? Probably hit twice more here. It's weird to get into a blitz of our own, but I just don't know why I want to sleeve all these returns from the bar and this kind of weak distribution after we strip the 8 point. That would be my instinct anyway. But they're very close. Of course, it's pretty weak to just put a blot on the ace too. Such an interesting tempo game, though. Okay, this can, with the blot in the outfield, maybe we make the 5 and hit loose on the 3. I kind of like that. Buy ourselves a little bit of time to clean up that extra checker. When we get away with it, we're in a pretty commanding position. 1-6 fans. Okay, this feels like a cube. No, we're shy. Okay, interesting. Even with the anchor, I thought the 6s and 4s to send the second back. Just, I guess, 3 back. Not enough material in the zone. All of that makes sense. 5-2 can't reach the blot, so can't reach the blot, can't cover either. Yeah, I like making an anchor here. And then what else do we have with the 5 after we do that? We're just going to play down, challenge our opponent to leave their anchor if they want to hit. Ooh, we have to have gotten there now, right? We got another checker in the zone. We've got no offensive plan for black. Marginal. 3-2 is going to cover. 4-point board. Things are looking good. 2-5 enters. What can the 5 do? It can clean up. Okay, so a lot of volatility just disappeared there. Probably don't have much of a cube anymore. I wouldn't be thinking about it anymore. And 6-2, is it better to make the 18 or just run all the way? The 18 is going to be easier to get off than the 20, so maybe I would try to shift forward there. But okay, just running, yeah, I guess we get some extra mobility being out on the 16. I like it. Maybe covering more board is good when we have this 4-point board to a 2-point board too. 6 hops out. Interesting. Yeah, what other 6 do we have? And then the 3, instead of just stepping into the double shot, he wants to play behind. That seems fine. And it's on Levan's side to think about the cube here. Interesting that he wants to consider it now. I guess he likes to send some aggressive things in races and things like that, but not in our typically like gammonish kind of volatile positions. 6-4 with the racing lead can just clean up the blot, I think. That looks pretty nice to me. Interesting option to just come out with too. Go for it now. 2-1 can cover. And what does it do? So I guess now it wants to reduce shots by going 17 to 15 and try to get to safety or something like this. Where last time it was stepping into the double shot. I just don't want to send another checker behind the 5-point if I can avoid it for now. Better placed on the 6 where it is right now. But he does decide to stay back, maybe stay out of the... I didn't count the shots. It's possible that he had some additional indirects when he steps 17 to 15. So maybe he did reduce shots by staying back here and only being on 6-6 from the anchor. Maybe it does better on some sixes that have to leave shots like this. I don't see what else can go. Oh, he should leave the 20. That's a hard find to give up the anchor there. I guess just doesn't want to give up the double shot and has the racing lead anyway. That's a tough one. 4-1 looks like it's just going to clean up and wait a roll. What other ace? We want to leave indirects in the outfield. I don't really think it helps here too much. So I like the 4-3, yeah. And 25 pip lead. Still work to do to get off that anchor. Fours is going to make it a little bit easier. Makes it halfway home. Then we'll just throw a checker behind. And maybe now his sets will be decisive and he'll want to think about a volatility cube with a huge racing lead. Ralph's board not that strong either, which makes it a little bit more tempting. But it's going to be hard to clear that point. What is this? 4-1. Okay. And 4-2. To make another board point. Things have gotten a little better for Ralph, a little less timing for Levan, so probably out of cube territory by now. No, it's more clear now. Just more riding on this particular sequence, apparently. Something about to go for both players. Levan going to give up his outfield point, yeah. And 3-1. I guess making the 5 point strangely looks like an interesting option. We can just slot it and play 3-2, but maybe the checkers are better placed when we make the 5 and easier to cover. Yeah. Easier to cover the open 6. All right, Levan looking for a set. I guess the 6-4 or 6-5 gets quite away. Ooh, not the set he had in mind, but that'll do. Reduces quite a bit of contact and can find ways to plop in the outfield now too. 6-2, not a great one for Ralph. Does he want to give up the midpoint instead of playing really impure in his board? I don't think so. I think he just needs to be there. But I mean, 8-6 looks so nice that it's hard to pass up. But I think just too many. Wow, he should go for it. That's a tough play to make over the board. Makes sense when he's down this much in the race and having the 6 points going to be so important for contact. We pay to the 2s, but we gain on any other like 6 shot lever kind of thing. So understandable. 2-1 can't take advantage of that play at all though. And it's just going to be stuck playing behind. I guess so often Ralph's just going to be giving up the midpoint next time anyway, and volunteering it there. And Levan misses another cube here now with the destroyed board. Interesting. I'll have to take a look at that. He wants to volunteer now. I'm not sure what we gain by doing this. It's doesn't look too bad to throw a checker behind the structure right now and just wait for our opponent to give something up. Does look awfully risky. I mean, he's got 2 blots in board is why he's thinking about doing it, I suppose. But it's still a 4-point board and still way back in this for Ralph and just might not be needed at all too, So 2-5 is going to punish that to the maximum. Hits and covers the 6. Or it can cover the ace and leave no shots. Wow. I think we need the purity to bring this around still. So my instinct is to make this 6 point. If we make the ace, then we're still just like being threatened by a 6 entering and winning the race. Where if our opponent enters on the ace and hits us, well, they're still behind a 5 prime. They haven't won the game yet. So this is a common theme when we're like the further down in the race, the more game there is to go, the more pure we have to play to bring this home. Can't afford to do tactical things, just avoid leaving a shot for the next roll. All right, and if he gets away with this, ace-6, what a shot from the bar. Never mind about cube action. I think it was going to be interesting there, even at 6-away, 8-away. But now Ralph in a lot of trouble on the fence to lose a gammon, unless Levan lets him off the hook. 4-2 is going to minimize shots. This seems like a nice let off the hook. I'm happy to cash it on the volatility. Not a lot of gammons when we miss anyway. I don't know. It could be that it's too good. No, quite a bit shy of it. This feels like the kind that Levan will find. I'm not sure. If he doesn't, then I think he's thinking that he has a chance to win a gammon and should just take the roll and play for more. So I've seen a lot of players kind of think this like combination of like too good when it's still takeable and things like that, and not leveraging gammons to cash games. Just thinking differently about how gammons and the cube work together. 4-5. I think I'm hopping out. Can we really crack our board? Maybe we lose less gammons if we don't. I don't know, but yeah, we're just supposed to pass after this. Okay. Levan finds the claim. Easy drop for Ralf. And we are in 7-point match territory. 7 away, 6 away. And that is exactly half the points in the match. This is 5-4. 6-4. I think he was thinking about something else. No. Okay. He likes Ralph's play of the split. 4-3. We'll see if Ralf shows him the 9 and oh, he wants to cover him? Do the ace hit too? Okay, interesting. That's fun. So his opponent made this play too. Now they both get to make that interesting opening mistake and go for a loose hit on the ace after that. 6s is going to come out and make the deuce. Okay. Good news and bad news. A racing lead, but no landing point for that midpoint anymore. It means this is hard to bring home. 4-3 for Levan should make the 5-point, I think. He makes the 9 and slots it. Okay. This is best. Interesting. We'll just make the 5 later. Okay. 4-1 covers the board point. And Ralf looking for some simple way to bring this home. Aces needs to keep the 18-point in the good contact. Why does he want to come off this? He has no good 6s to play necessarily. 1-6 is like, not sure why he wants to create this. Yeah, just reduces the contact quite a bit. Takes him from small favorite to small underdog. 3-2 just playing behind. Okay. Seems fine. Levan wants to think about the cube. Maybe he thought he was ahead in the race somehow. And in that case, maybe you would want to reduce contact a little bit, but quite a bit down. Small favorite in this game. Interesting. Okay. I would not have predicted that, being down in the race. I guess that's the power of, like, the purity of White's position. That it's like countering the racing lead entirely here. 6-5, he's happy to just run with that. Again, trailing in the race. I don't think you want to do that. 3-2, I think, is just going to give up the 6 and make the perfect 4-point board. And contact looking fine for Ralf. And Levan just hoping to clean up that blot and play against the 18-point, I guess he's saying. He's going to go ahead and take last game's point. That seems fair. Good to do at some point. And 6-3. Does that get the safety? It does. Okay. Ralf just looking to escape with a set or something like this now. But he also gets full freedom in the outfield to just dump checkers off the midpoint, rebuild that 5 and 6. So the game's gotten a lot easier for him. 3-1 probably just playing off the mid, I suppose. Maybe it wants to keep something out there to be prepared to hit later and work on the board instead. Okay. 1 slotting for sure. 4-1 can make it. Yeah, why not? Could play down with it too and hope for like maximum. Yeah, maybe we need to focus more on how our next roll is going to play and are we going to dump and bury and things like that is the idea here. Five 2 must make a board point somehow, right? The 4. Yeah. Good for the race, good for the contact, good for everything. 3-6 can just let the midpoint go. $11 pips, still looking to escape to a race, Ralf is. 4 in and 2 to the 3. Just finding simple plays. I don't think he needs to save 6s or anything like this either. Since he can give up the 9 or the 8 depending on what the dice give him. 5-4, gets to play 2 in or make the 5-point. He makes the 5-point instead. Yeah, sure. I guess, never sure here, but you have more ways to lift from the 6 or fill that in later. It's always harder to have gaps. The 8's going here. As promised. Sixes depending. 6-pip lead. Ralph still looking for a set. And 5-6, not it. There go all his spares. I don't think now is the time to run. I mean, it's a, we have 2 blots in board, but it's a double shot. Most of them are going to cover and make a 4-point board. So, he's going to save a 6 outside. Okay, yeah, that's an idea too. Didn't really think hard about that part. Does not want to get pulled off of the 18-point before he's ready. So giving up on contact largely by burying checkers like this, thinks he has enough racing lead to not worry about it. Levan gonna build this beautiful prison there for when the shot does occur. 4-1. I guess we could save rolls again by playing like 5-1 and 4-3 or something like this. Is this just too destructive now? Just plays in 7-2. Okay. 5-4. I think we should just give up the 9. I don't want to have any board impurities for when we get the shot. The double shot is nice, but it's not as nice with an open board point there. But look at that. It is better to have the double shot. Okay. Big mistake there, too. That's surprising to me. Would not have got that one. All right. 5-2 is going to be forced to leave. And draws the cube immediately. Ralph still with an easy take with the racing lead. And let's see if Levan can get him. He does. 6-2. So still with some chances, Ralph from the bar here with decent race. If he can enter quickly. No such luck when he gets closed out. Less than 10% gammon, so not a lot of risk that way either. 6-3. Can't close out yet. Should just come in and be bearing off. Or I guess he could stay out on the bar and leave the 1-6 to try to close out more often. But yeah, that's a pretty big swing. 5-4-3 combinations to close out. 6-3 instead. So that's going to take our spare off the 6 and play 5-2. And some contact risk here now. So a new plan for Ralph. Things coming home a little bit awkward. Staying on the bar seems like the best way to get that contact win now. 6-3. Okay, it's going to clear. So now looks like Levan hoping for Ralph to just enter on the 6 and get rid of all that contact. I don't think he's thinking about a gammon. More worried about the ace. Comes in on the ace. 4 from the back. And Ralph's not going to be able to stay for long. Needs a shot almost immediately here. 6-4 is going to take 2 off and prepare to leave a shot next time. Maybe Ralph can stay one more time. Big numbers are not his friend. 3-4 I don't think is too big. That's good enough to wait. Let's see what Levan finds here. 5-6 gets 2 off cheaply again. No shots yet. And a 5-3 going to be forced to go. Shouldn't have any trouble saving the gammon, but there's a little bit of threat of it. And Levan going into the lead one way or the other. Just how much is what we're going to find out now. Most likely 5 away, 6 away. There are some freak gammons. 2 sets probably required. 2-2. Oh, that's actually good enough to threaten 4s or better. Okay. Not too bad. That's how it starts. So Ralph has to sweat the 3 and 36 shot. And, ooh, the 4 up was scary, but that'll do it. Ralph will resign a single. And we'll move on to 5 away, 6 away. With maybe, is this your first match lead for Levan, I think? Finally ground his way back into the lead. We can look at that. I'm going to look at the match progression anyway, if I can share it. He was a favorite at some point in the first game, and that's the only time he's been a favorite in the match. And now, yeah, he's up to high 50s winning chances in the match. Got as low as below 20% to win this one. So he's grinding it back. Ace-4 to open for Ralph. He's going to go with the standard split. 4-2 makes a point. Beautiful opening for Levan. 5-2. Gets to make the 4-point. Not too bad. Good start for them both. Double fours. Oh, beautiful. I think the Kirin point is going to be worth a little bit more than the 5 point here because we can make the 9 with it or point on head. Probably just the standard 20 and 9 play for me, though. But it feels like when we're making the 20 is just doubly good here, and we get to do some other point along with it. So clear advantage for Levan now. What can Ralf do with it? A 3-1, not a whole lot. Maybe just, I don't think, can he afford to provoke by stepping up here? I guess he needs an advanced anchor, and that's just more important. The ace with it's so bad, though. I don't know. That's a tough one. 24 to 23 is almost a little bit better. Okay. And this feels like we have the anchor. We have the race. We have threats. We have a bit of our opponent's open, 10 in the zone. So now that he's leading the match, I'm less excited about this cube, actually. But like at the trailing scores, I think this would have been a really nice fight. Gets in an aggressive, gets a take. Yeah, I'd love to know his thought process on that. He's very interesting in how he's managing the cube here. In reach of match end, so now he wants to try to get to Crawford with a gammon or something like this, maybe. I don't know. I think the 4 has to play safe. This is too strong a structure, and we don't want to give up this much. Can we really play 13 to 9 with this? I don't see it. Feels like a bit of an overplay. 3-1 can't hit and take advantage of it, though. So I guess we're just coming down to the 9. Why not? No need to leave anything anywhere. Double 4s. That gets to make a blocking point in the deuce and play a checker to the 4. Unless we're going to play them all down. And I guess that's very stiff after we do this. So not completely clear. Looking for 6s to run, Ralf is, I guess. 6-5 is awkward. What do we do with this? I guess we like having all our structure. So maybe it is, yeah, we would have to volunteer in front of the anchor. So he's just going to go off his own anchor. Feels like a nice time. A little bit of an overplay, but I like the idea. Oh, double 3s is maximum punishment, though. And a point there. And what are the other two going to do? We really like having the 9 point with the open 3. So how about we just give up the mid here? I think that's still containing well, getting double shots when our opponent hops out. That would be my preferred play, but he might be worried about giving up the link to the checkers on the 23. Not completely certain here. Yeah, just playing him in 9 to 6 is totally fine and close. This little bit of both I don't really see, though. Just seems like it volunteers a lot of shots from the bar. Yeah, I'm not sure what gain. All right. I don't really understand that play. It comes up not too far off, but maybe threatens to build a little more effectively. Maybe he thinks he needs to do something a little bit extra given the strong structure he needs to escape. I don't really know for sure there. But what are these double 3s going to do? Yeah, maybe just release the outfield because we don't have anything stronger to do without leaving a shot. Seems good for him. Ralf on the offense, but a lot of structure to escape, so nothing yet. Okay. Well, after this sequence, he loves to have the blot on the 7. Now he gets to block the ace point should his opponent enter deep there. And Levan going to come in with a 3 instead, though. Send a checker back and back in the driver's seat in this game. 9 to 5 with it. Threatening a bunch of blots around. 3 behind a bunch of structure. Looking good to win a gammon and cruise to Crawford now. 3-2 gets to lift the blot. Interesting. Yeah, I guess he doesn't want to diversify. He wants to come out with 6s. Okay, doesn't want to be attacked either. 3-1 can clear the 10. Not part of any of our structure. Gives us builders to make the 3 point. Nice shot for him. And what do we have? 5-4. Wow, it can just play in and try to not lose more. Or it can go for the hit to try to buy time. Does that win enough more? It must. It must give him some chance at winning. And I think the gammons are somewhat threatening here anyway. I don't know. Maybe the gammons aren't so bad otherwise. I mean, I'm just tempted by these DMP plays. Yeah, the 5 down he sees for sure. And it just wins so much more. Gets gammoned a good chunk more than quiet into, but only 10%, and 10% wins to make up for it. So yeah, these plays where you play in the 4 and he has any 5 or 6 to escape, they just feel like give up plays, right? And maybe he wants to do this to make sure there's more backgammon to be played, that he doesn't get to Crawford quite as often on a gammon when it goes poorly. But giving up a lot of wins in the process to play solid there. 6-4 could be making the 3-point, but it's going to choose to run instead, it would seem, to avoid any sort of counterplay from his opponent. I like that. Comes around, not much difference between that and 9-5. 5-4, cannot escape a checker, so it's going to slot 2. Ralf looking for that 6 to get mobilized. Double aces gets to block the 6. I think having the 9s or the 8's pretty valuable here. Lifts for the builder. Maybe the builder was well placed there on the 9, even though it leaves an ace-6. Oh, aces gets to advance too. Okay. So this is a lot more life for Ralf here. Now he can roll double 6s and be like right back in this game. Has a decent 22-point holding game after all. 3s is going to bring 3 checkers in, it looks like. Or play behind with 1. Okay. Not sure why I want the extra spare outside, but fine. 3-3. Forced to crack. Not what Ralf had in mind. Hoping for a 6 out. So maybe that's Levan's idea, is to try to keep the prime in front and force his opponent to not be able to escape a checker. 2 in and cover. Not sure why covering the deuce would be important in this position when we're just winning the race, not really expecting to have good contact with that anchor anyway. Not like our opponent's about to run off it. He's going to... Oh, this is double aces. I thought he was playing 3-1 in an extraordinarily strange way. But brings them all in, that seems right. And then 7-6 I would have been tricked by, maybe. Thinking, I don't know, that we just want to try to clear the 6 as fast as possible. That's what Michi says about the 22. I think was that premature from him to come out there? No, he should come out with both because he's still okay in the race. Interesting. Okay. Don't risk being pointed on and losing all your racing equity. 2-1 just coming around. Okay. 4-2. I think maybe just 2 off the 6-point to smooth out, but it looks like he's going to pretty quickly choose the taking a checker off play instead. Okay, I guess maybe our opponent's leaving so often that it doesn't matter too much. Pipe dream. Five, 3. All right, there's only one safe way to play it. Looks awkward. I think that's going to be best, though. Opponent's board is too strong to go for hitting plays or anything like this. Yep. And 22 pips in the race is plenty. Does Ralf want to stay back a little bit longer? I think so. 6-3 leaves a shot next time. Probably some other numbers, too. Maybe that's the only one. I don't know. Feels worth it with the dead race. So he's even going to save the 6 to try to stay next time, too. And 2-1. No shots. Maybe it should pre-clear the 6. It could just take 2 off, too, and hope that our opponent has to run. Nice. Yeah, I like that. 4-2. Stay in one more time. He says 2 in, and then he'll make his choice of 4s. I think the 4 in. I don't see how we're going to break another board point, unless he's thinking about running 22 to 18 now. Which seems premature. All right, but he's just going to make sure he doesn't lose a gammon. Thinks the wins are just too reaching at this point. 3s would have been interesting. 2-1 is not a whole lot of gammon saving pips, but still very likely to get off it. Not likely to get back in the win category, though. Off the 4, interesting. I think you should take off the ace and play 6-3, right? Why not? 5-2, all small stuff since he's just winning the race either way, regardless now. 2-1 looks like 2 off. And where are we going now? 3 away, 6 away? Most likely. Okay. And now, yeah, 11 going to be for the first time like a good size favorite too. I forget what the match equity is at 3 away, 6 away. It is better than at 6 away, 3 away though. Proportionally better. 3 off and maybe 6-4 for sets or something like this. I don't think he can win it naturally, but if he can, then this is the way to take checkers off most often. Hope his opponent just rolls poorly kind of thing. Double threes. Looks forced, takes the checker off. Nearly dead. Is it dead? Yeah, it's dead. Ralph sees it. We're moving on. And yeah, what do we have going on now in the match progression? Up above 70%. Maybe like 71 it looks like. 71-29 kind of range. Rocky start, but on the uphill battle for the last like 5 games or so, it looks like. 6 games, really, since his trough. Started off as all the Ralf Jonas show, and now everything going Levan's way. What do we have? 4-4. 6-6, also no good. 1-4. All right. Chooses not to go for any slotting plays, even at the score. They're tied, basically. 3 away, 6 away. What is 5-1 going to do? Probably just split in response. Ralph looking for opportunities to get aggressive with that cube. 6-2 going to make the bar point. Nothing too threatening yet. Maybe a small advantage in the race and one more piece of structure. And Levan going to catch right back up with that 6-1. Eventually. It was a challenging 6-1. 5-4, I think it's good enough in the race to just run maybe. Or maybe we step up and play down. I don't think we want to give up a nice bar point to hit on the deuce point or anything like that. Feels like a few too many returns and too much risk and things like that. So yeah, finds a simple running play, covers the outfield in case his opponent runs as well. Double twos, first real structure for 11, and I think he should just make the rack with this, but he wants to step up and threaten an anchor here. Yeah, okay, understandable. 5-4. Cannot get moving from the back checker. Can get to safety or point on head. Decides it's time to take a tempo away now. Can't afford to be behind a 5 prime. And Levan wants to pause to think about the cube even leading now with this nice structural and all these blots around to shoot at. I think at the score it's going to be way shy. But he's almost been seeming to send the cube more aggressively with his match lead, trying to close this out. So who knows? Stylistically, maybe he would want to send something like that. Anchor and 5 point looks beautiful here. He was hesitant to give up the blocking 7 point last time, so maybe he'll find something like 13-9. But man, that perfect board is just so important. All right, hopes to find a builder for it and make it naturally without giving up the bar point. 6-4. Ralph not going to get to escape as a result or anything like that. 6 covers and 4 around out of direct range. Okay. So Ralph with a racing lead if he can escape. And Levan threatening to close out the 5 point. That makes this a very strange roll. I guess we can still make the 3, but it's going to make it very difficult to make the 5 now. So I'm almost looking for some way to keep our distribution instead of making that board point. 3-2. How bad does it need to step up right here? That's Ralph's question now. I think probably just cleans up, but yeah, that's a tough play. Looks very stiff and like we're running out of time quick. 5-4 can just play 2 down, bring action in the zone and threaten to make that 5 point. Not great builders for it, but it'll do. We don't really want the 9 point. It's just a safe builder. 5-2. Oh, this is like forced to... Oh, it can make the ace instead of volunteering it indirect with the racing lead. Okay. Yep. I like that play. Doesn't have to be pretty to win. Ralph's playing that side of it. 5 what? Can't tell what the other one is. One's going there. What does that suggest it is? I don't know. 5-4? No. 5-2. This could just play behind or give up a point or many things like the 9. So I'm not sure he needs to come off there with the racing trail. Yeah. Interesting that that's so close, though. I wouldn't have found that as an option. 3-1 gets the hit and cover. Okay. So gets to take advantage of that shot that got left. 4 and then 6 must be coming around. I don't think the tempo on the deuce when our opponent's primed is worth anything. Bar 15 is better to challenge that strips mid, though. Okay, yeah, I guess we're under less pressure of being pointed on head, things like this. 2 going to hit loose, and the 5 is going to come down. Ralf a bit all in on this play. And if he gets away with it, he might have interesting cubes, since hopping this like gaps prime shouldn't be too hard. But he gets hit. And the 5 just going to hop out and keep it simple. Levan threatening a lot of gammons in this position, potentially. 3-6 fans. I think he's going to want to keep playing here. This doesn't, I mean, especially at the score, it doesn't feel like the kind of thing, yeah, massively too good. But he just wants to get the point in hand. Ralf going to let that go. And we're going to move on to 2-way, 6-away. And okay, it looks like the players are going to take a short break here. So, yeah, we'll see how long they do. If they leave the board, I'll run away on a little break here too. But yeah, exciting match so far. Kind of talking through it there. I wonder if we can get the match progression up on here too. Let me see if I can bring that up. Maybe he just needs like a small moment there too. I'm not sure. Never know what the players are thinking here. But yeah, here it is. The run so far. We're up to almost 80% at 2-away, 6-away. So we can see, you know, kind of tanking early on. First 4 games were all Ralf. Reached our pinnacle at 80% chances, a little bit better for Ralf. And now he's on the other side of the coin there. Cruel game with the dice here. So yeah, that's what we got going so far. Levan staying at the table, looks like. I'm not sure if he's actually going to take a break or anything like that. So I don't want to miss any action if Ralf is just grabbing a jink or something like that. So we'll stay for now. And I'll hang out. Too exciting of a match to miss the end of. Ralf playing his usual sharp stuff right around 3. And getting used to Levan's like style and all this too. He's getting a little coaching from his friend here. It looks like. Oh, they're going to look at the triple anchor game here. Okay. I'll show you guys here what they're looking at too. Why not? This opponent has something else here. It's always, I mean, this is one of the super fun things about being out at a tournament is getting to watch players try to figure things out, talk about strategy, all these different kinds of things. You know, I don't know. You can learn a lot just from hearing how people think about the game. That's for sure. Not mic'd up at the moment. Otherwise, you could hear how they're thinking about it too. It's a cool room view here too. Looks like they're up on like some sort of platform there. And like the rest of the playroom is down behind. So like they're, yeah, can you guys kind of see that? There's like a bunch of tables down below and like little human figures behind Levan there walking around on the main floor. Well, they're up on some high up stage or something like that. It's an interesting layout. I don't know anything about this hotel casino. But it looks cool. I wish I could be there. And jealous of everyone that is. By the way, depending on, you know, there is a chance the next round after this is the semifinals. And it's getting pretty late over there. It's almost like, it's like 10:30 local time in Greece. So they'll have the option after this match of, everyone will have the option of either playing the semifinals tonight at like 11 p.m. their time, I think was the proposed start time, or waiting until 11 a.m. tomorrow. So if they do end up playing tonight, I'll hang out and probably commentate the Undefeated semifinals. If not, that'll happen on the regular stream, and I'll be back later in the day for the Undefeated finals. which will happen pretty early my time still, like either 1 or 2 p.m. tomorrow, is the plan for that in local Greece time, which is like 5 or 6 a.m. here. I think I can do it. I'm getting used to getting up early for these kinds of European schedules and stuff. It's fun. But all right. We'll hop to a short break scene here, and we'll be back with the conclusion of this match from 6-away, 2-away shortly. Thanks, everybody. All right, players returning to the board here. So resume this action. 2 away from winning for Levan and 6 points to go for Ralf. So very aggressive cubes incoming for Ralf for sure. But we'll see if he tries to adjust. I can't tell. I haven't noticed too much. Maybe favoring some like less volatile games in a way, but 5-1 should probably slot in the opening here. But he's going to go for a split even at the score. Okay, yeah. Only marginally better though. That's so interesting that the 5-1's never that strong of a slotting roll. 3-1 points. And what does Ralf come up with? He's going to run past that nice structure. Makes a lot of sense. Stuck with a simple racing game when he's looking for gammonish games, but Levan's got the structural side of this one. 2-1 going to hit and maybe smooth out 6-5 looks fine, or split. I mean, all kinds of options there. 4-3 gets the anchor up. Okay. So plenty of wins in this game for Ralf, but like I said, like you're not going to be able to leverage that cube advantage in this kind of game very effectively. Aces probably wants to make the 22 and just have some sort of advanced anchor. I like the play. And 6-1, he won't keep it for long. But 6-1, I think better to make the bar points than to leave our anchor when outboarded. But it is going to put him quite a bit ahead in the race. So maybe it's worth it there. And we have the better like anchor too. I'm not sure. That's kind of a tricky one. Decides to go for the bar point in that game plan instead. 5-3. Looks to stack up the 8, I do believe. I don't see any reason to keep leaving the fly shots out there. Eventually, it's going to be worth hitting for Ralf. So decides to start the 3-point instead. 5-2. Maybe this is the time. Now we got a blot behind 2. No plan B. So he goes for the hit. Got the score incented to as well. I don't think there's any like poor enough entries that Ralf can find a cube here. But yeah, Levan going to go for the hit. And after this sequence, he could find some cubes. Let's see how Ralf performs from the bar. 2-1, sends another checker back. Okay, we got 4 involved now. That's going to raise the gammons, which is a big signal to send aggressive cubes against 2 away. But he's outboarded still, too, as well. Is this a 2-1, it looked like? So if he enters on the deuce, he can... Oh, he's going to go for the hit instead of advancing the anchor. Interesting, okay. I would have... Yeah, I suppose so. 4-3 is going to send another checker back for Ralf. And I guess just hopping out to the bar now. I don't think it's worth breaking the 7 to hit, but we would like to put another checker on the roof with like a spare 4 or deuce. Oh, he does think it's worth it though. Okay. Very interesting. Wants to go for the aggressive, more gammonish plays. Does win a little bit more, but at the cost of a few too many wins. Ace-6 only enters 1. And at this score line, it feels like this must be a fun cube to send. Should still be a pretty easy take with no board point made, I think. But 5 back threatening a 6th. Not a fun one to receive by any means. And Levan happy to take it. Okay, nice find by Ralf. And this is how you get back into the match. 4-2, maybe better to point on the deuce and like put another checker in the air. I guess we could make the pure point too, but it doesn't rate to necessarily be a long game. Why do we want to... Okay, I would have just done it like the safe way and not left shots and have a 3rd back against like a strong board. But the purity seems to matter here. Oh, double 2s. That's a big swing roll. I think hitting the next checker is good. But what does he want? He wants to hit loose on the 4 instead of picking up and sending a 3rd back, huh? That's okay. And double 2s. Wow, what a return from Ralf now. Going to hit and board there. And the last one I'm not so sure about. I guess we just anchor. Beautiful. Huge joker Levan's way and huge response from Ralf. And what is this double 2s going to do? Is he going to go for the hit this time? Yeah, he can reestablish the 22 if he wants as well. I'm not even sure he does want it. But okay, yeah. And 2-1. Gets the hit again? Is it even helping anymore being this far ahead in the race? I don't know. That's kind of confusing. Maybe just making the 22 point and like solidifying our position would be nice too. 3-4 returns fire. Sends a 5th checker back. Everyone's got a ton of blots involved now. And Ralph's advantage evaporating. Ace, going to make the 7. And we want probably the 22. I don't think we want the 23 here. But we could step 22 to 21 and just hope that makes maximum mobility. And it might actually. I don't know. All the final aces seem to be fine. As is often the case in backgammon. Oops. Sorry about that. Goes for the mobility play. Saying I don't want those back checkers locked up in any way. I'm running off with them anyway. Gets a fan on a 2-point board. Beautiful. Okay. And a moment to pick up another checker. And maybe he can start to slime back into gammonish positions here. Get some checkers in the outfield. Threaten to make the 5-point. Oh, another fan. Wow, that's huge. Okay. Right back onto the A plan here. I really think he wants material to close the 5 while his opponent's on the bar. Needs to think about escape too, but this would be my idea. Tough to have those 4 checkers locked up. So now when the 5 comes in, we're poised to hit loose with just about everything here. 5-3-2-1 combos to close it. 3-2 is going to work. Put that second checker right back on the bar, and we got the rack now. Looking very strong. Still a lot of work to do. 3-6 is going to enter 1. Just being on the board is maybe pretty good for Levan. I actually don't know. If Ralf makes the bar point, it could start to get tough, which he'll do with this roll, because he might not always be able to escape those checkers and get the spares moving. Good priming structure too, but if he can get those out, then he's doing great. 4-6. When he stays back there, he's going to be risking a lot of gammons, of course, but maybe winning more too. Fours, I think, should make another blocking point and then run one checker. Beautiful. Anything to restrict Levan's movement with these 7 checkers back is just very strong here. Would prefer to make the 8 point to the 9 point, but of course not the roll he got. I don't know what hitting gains him, but I guess there's no other option maybe. So fine, just enter at the edge and hit. And we're really worried about losing that timing bank actually. So if Ralf could hit from the bar, he'd be doing pretty well there, but just going to advance and try to find mobility. Fine, 4-2 for him. 3-1 gets to make a blocking point. That's a nice little improvement for Levan. Maybe he can get some sort of unlikely cracking roll here. What is 6 what? I think it contains a 6. 6-6, okay, it gets to run from the 22. So, and then make the, one of the checkers has to go to the 7 for sure, or 7 to ace. So I think it's better after this to make the ace than to volunteer a bunch of shots in front. But they're pretty close, actually. Interesting. That was the kind of anti-joker I was thinking about. Not the worst that we've seen, but, not a good one. Ooh, 6-5 is huge. It gets to establish a 17 point. We have a sort of like new midpoint and a new timing bank and a lot of life in this position after that roll for Levan. That was very good. 3-1 hops out and cleans up. Okay. Nice little roll for Ralf too. Nothing destructive at least. 5-2, but his position is very stiff. 5-2, nice mobility roll as well. Finally, all those bonus checkers back on the deuce and the 3 are deployed into the battle. Oh, 6-1 was no good. Ooh, 5s is beautiful for escaping. Can't do anything about the blot on the 18 though. So maybe we just continue all the way to 11 and just have 1 to deal with. I don't know why we want to hop into a new double shot on the 13 and still have the 16 to clear later. But maybe 9-4 along with it. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just going all the way. They're pretty close ideas. When we advance to the 13 and get away with it, well, that checker is at least closer to home. So a little bit in either direction. And 1-5. Is that ready to hit? He has good timing if he just waits. I'm not sure that he wants to. I don't feel like he's super ready, so maybe I wouldn't go for this yet. I guess his opponent's pretty stiff, so he should. Yeah, probably. I don't know. They're very close. Wow, yeah, look at that. Both totally valid options, just to wait for the contact later or to go for it now with a little bit of structure he has and still has the hold. This is going to hit for sure this time, I think, with blots everywhere. I wouldn't expect this one to be close, but interesting. Making the 11 is not too bad. This just slots a nice priming point, and Levan can just be winning this game now when he covers the bar with huge priming threat. So 5-2 is going to cover and advance to the 15. And Ralph's got some pressure on him now. He's really happy to have that outfield 16 point to link up, but he doesn't have a lot of time to hold it. Oh, the 4 is forced to enter and hit back, give that link up. And some scary rolls from the bar for 11 here. 2-5, not one of them though, so Ralph doing just fine again. Just going to hop right out. Looking for a 5 to link up again. That's the most important piece, but wouldn't mind hitting on the bar either, I suppose, which is what he'll do here. I don't think he's buying too much timing or anything like that. Oh, he has other options of making the 9. Yeah, sorry. I think he was just, I was always hitting from the 10, but he could play in instead. I guess it could be at least less shots. Sorry about still not knowing how to say fewer. What would it be? It's still 3-6-2-6, and the other one is when we leave it on the bar, 3-4, 3-5, 2-4, 2-5. Yeah. So I guess he's just counting the tactics out of how often he's going to get hit back, but he gets a point this way. That is not in double direct contact. I don't know. It's 4 blots around when he leaves it, so the hits hurt worse. There's still things like 4-1 or 3-1 and 2-1 that hit in the outfield on the other side. So yeah, just reducing block count seems pretty powerful here to me. But okay, I think the idea is that he reduces shots on this one and goes for that version. Close option. They're very, very similar in equity. Ace-6 is going to fan. I'm not sure which he prefers when he's missed as well, you know? That's always a valid question in these spots. So I think we're just going for 0 shots, I guess, right? So 9-5 and 16-13 seems to be the plan that he established last roll. Oh, the 16-9 can link up and make a way home that way too, but I guess we have blots all over the place in the outfield if we get attacked and bored. So yeah, probably prudent to not have 2 blots instead of 3. Okay. 4-2 is going to enter one, and then do we want to hit? Let's try to buy time to keep this checker back. I guess so. 10-6 is fine too. Wow, they're like tied. That's tough. Must be a score thing. Oops. Someone runs into the camera. We get a nice earthquake here. But Ralf is sending a checker back. 3-2. I think it's going to try to hit again. Nice. We're going to use the crooked view here for a while. And it hits and probably switches 9-7. Looks like a nice priming point here to reduce our opponent's mobility again. But it looks like he just wants to clean the blot up instead. Interesting. 6-4 is better. Wow, I don't know why that would be. I'm not sure why we want to... Oh, I guess it gets into double contact with the anchor. So maybe... Yeah, the bar point does become a very difficult point to clear, so that could be it. Ralf is going for the backgammon now, hoovering up all the blots. 3 on the roof. And when he wins, this is going to be good. Oh, 3s is going to enter them all very quickly, though. Start the 4 points. And a lot of wins here. He should be able to get off the backgammons, but, I mean, way overtimed in this position. Exactly the kind of thing that Ralph's hoping to play. So aces, I think we established, don't want to make the 7 point here. And I think they're happy to stay right where they are. Maybe he could go for 9-5 now, I guess, something like this. But yeah, just shuffling around in the board seems quite strong. And advancing a little bit closer to getting home. I'm not sure how we find 15-14 and stopping instead of 15-13. Very interesting. Or even 12. Now we've got a 2 something. Hopefully I can keep figuring out what it is. 2-1. Sorry about the shot, y'all. You're going to have to watch the backgammon, I guess, on the side here. We'll do our best. 4-2. I can play safe. Does it need to is kind of the question. I guess it might as well. What do we really gain by finding some other play? I think I'm just playing 13-9 and 6-4 here. You know, I mean, what we're trying to avoid is having to volunteer later, so it doesn't really solve anything to volunteer now instead. Our opponent can still roll some like gross double 3s or double 2s to crash their board and make it easier later, stuff like this. Yeah. I think we just have to be safe against the rack. He's really not sure about this one, though. Doesn't like the resulting structure and sees that it's going to leave a lot of shots next time, apparently. I'm not sure I see what they all are. The 2s don't look too miserable. The 5s can play off the 9. So what is this other? Leave it in indirect range and play to the ace is the idea he comes up with? Okay. I guess that's a way to do it as well. Even the indirects, though, are like pretty big for his opponent. 2 what? 2-6... Wait, yeah, 2-6 has to come out from where he did. Okay, mostly forced. 4-1 gets the hit by the tempo to come in. And which one are we going to give up? The 9 and just leave the 2-6, 3-6 from the bar now? I think I like that idea. Guys, I don't even have to be able to see the rolls to know how to transcribe. That's my superpower. Double 3s is going to bring 2 checkers in, and then what's the last one? 4 to ace. Nothing else to do. All right, there could still be some backgammons for the match in this position. Interesting spot Ralph's gotten himself into. 3 what? 3-4 it looks like. Hops out to the bar. I hope. Oh, here we go. We're getting the picture back. All right. 5 off, 6-4. We can probably see most of that. First blood. What is this? 6-2, I guess. And 5-2 takes another checker off. Pre-clears the 6 a little bit further. Great. Fives is going to be 2 out. 1 down to the 13, 1 down to the 9. Okay, yeah, just trying to cover the back and get things in range. Maybe 3 out is a little bit better to worry about the backgammons. I presume so. We can probably see it again now. 2 what? Oh, I can't see it even when 6-3, I think you played? No, 6-2. 6 out and then 2. Got it. 4-3. Is this a shot yet? Nope. Still just 2 off the 4 point. Doesn't look like a backgammon. Too many stacked up on the ace. Too much time. But gammon looks pretty likely. Got a lot of points cleared. But Levan can still win this on a late game shot too. Ralph doesn't have that many off yet. Only 3 off in this position. And so if he leaves a shot now with like the deuce doesn't play. So the 3 is just forced. Okay. But something like a 6-2, 5-2 kind of stuff. This is quite winnable for Levan still. 2-1. I think we just want checkers in range of the 8. So 17-14 looks pretty nice to me. Sure, around the bend for a crossover, I guess is the idea. 4-1 gets the clear safety. Okay. Winning a lot of gammons if we can get away with not leaving a shot here. I think it's too many crossovers for 11 to save naturally. This can slot the 8. And then the last one I don't care so much about. Oh, he's going to come off both anchors to leave deuces it does for sure. Okay, and get a bunch of backgammons. Seems a little loose on some numbers. I think that's going to hurt. And I think we usually like to do that once our opponent's odd instead on the 4 point. So I think I would have waited there. 5-4 takes 2 off. But he does look to preserve the backgammon a lot more often this way. 6-3. That'll be an interesting one to look closer at. Now he wants to slot the back. Okay. Looking for an ace or a deuce up. 6-1. That's going to leave something similar to a double shot. I think if we move 4-3, then we have 3s that hit as well as 2-1, 4-1, 5-1, 6-1 is 8 more numbers. So it only saves 1 shot to not take off an extra checker. So maybe it's better to just rip one. Yeah. And then when we get hit, we still win a lot. And we're only winning 50% of gammons here too. Interesting. Yeah, I think he's going to figure this one out. Yeah, I think that might be a Marty Storer role that he shared. Like a lot of times when you only give up 1 shot for some better gain or something. I think it was a different sort of scenario, but I'm kind of using that here too. You know, like, it's only the difference between 19 and 20. The checker off maybe is worth it. 5-3 going to miss. That would have been hitting the other way. Is there any point in staying back, or should he just get off the backgammon? It might reduce his ability to like peel a checker with like a 2-1 or something. I don't know if any of that matters, so I'm probably just going. Yeah. That's his choice as well. 4-3. 2 off. And Levan happy to resign the gammon. All right. And so that takes us to two-way, right? Yeah, that's our standard double match point score. We'll see if the opponents choose to play the cube that way. But it's always theoretically correct to double and take on your first opportunity. And if they decide to play it out for a while, then your take point is around like 1/3 or something like that. It's pretty high, you know. So there's a high risk of losing your market at all turns. But people tend to want to just play it out until someone's the clear favorite. So right back from 80% to 50% again. This is going to be a fun match progression graph. 2 down. Let's see if Ralph wants to send it. He does. Decides he's happy to just play a too good, or not too good, double match point. And doesn't want to risk losing his market with a hit or something like this. 4 down for sure. And then what's our pressure to split here? Yeah, I don't see any. So I like it. Our opponent has played down, has a bunch of material in the zone and stacks, so I think we like to stay back. Interesting. I was just going to make the 3-point, but see that running's okay here too for the lead in the race. Probably distracts from making board points in some way. 6-1 gets to make the bar point. Leaves a bunch of shots, like fly shots, but I mean, it's too nice to have that. When we're missed, our follow-up's just so good. I don't know how we pass that up. All right, 2-6 is one of the fly shots, though. Beautiful shot for Levan. Let's see if we can keep riding this home or not. 4-6. 4 is going to enter. And 6 down, sure. Could split or something, too. I don't know. Supposed to just come out and provoke in the outfield. Yeah, our last spare on the 13. I don't really know why we want that on the 7-point. So, is he in any sort of time trouble there? I'm not sure why that happened so quick. How did... Yeah, I was wondering how his checker got up there. It wasn't on the 23 on my screen. 6-4 can come to safety. It can make the deuce point. It can hit loose. Maybe, I mean, there's a strong call for the tempo here with, like, the priming potential. But, yeah, I mean, making the deuce seems strong. Look at this. And the tempo play is called for there. And what do we get here? Oh, he has a reroll. To what? Oh, there it is on the other side. Ralph doesn't know where I went either. 5-6. No wonder I can't find it. 6-5 does not hit, but it links up with the 8. Yeah, let's just extend our structure and hope to prime in that single checker. I think we can focus there. 8-2, 7-2 is better. Wow, that's really surprising to me. This keeps better contact back here too. Okay. 6-5. Okay, so 21 gets to the 10, not there. Okay. Yeah, I like his decision there. Getting to be a difficult game to bring home, though, for sure. All Levan needs to do is hop over this structure. Ralph really needs some small numbers to make the 4-point here. Then he'll have a very threatening offensive structure, but not a lot of room on the front. 6-4, I think, should just run out of around the bend and keep the ace point for now, since our opponent has attacking structure. That was a bunch of questions that I was asking. I don't know. Seems like a tough one. All right, we got more people finding the Loot Rocky Backgammon channel and joining us for this matchup. Welcome, everybody. No one's talking to me in chat, though. How come? I'm 3 minutes ahead of you guys on delay, so if you ask a question now, in 3 minutes I will respond, presuming the match isn't over by then, which it might be. But yeah, this is a challenging one. I guess we can see we get very disconnected and we leave deuces anyway. Leave all these fly shots. We still have to get out from the 24 if we don't do something about it now. Maybe we want to consider about switching to an attacking game plan to prevent our opponent from just running. But we hate to do that when we have such a beautiful prime and could turn that into like a 5 prime, 6 prime down the road with a deficit in the race. So when you have like all these things pointing to a priming game plan, it really, and still 3 checkers back, it's rates to be too hard of a game to switch to attacking. Maybe win some more gammons, but not enough to compensate at most scores. So I think we got to find something pure, and it just looks a little bit too loose to instead run 24-14. It seems like about every number is going to hit or do something after we do that, and we don't have our backup plan of playing an ace point game. So yeah, I think we just have to run there. Ralph laughing about something here. What's he pausing the clock for? Is he pausing the clock while his opponent takes a phone call or something? I don't know. That's an interesting move. Back to thinking about it. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure the loose hit too doesn't really look that attractive to me either with the 6 or the 4. 6 is better distribution, but when our opponent's on the ace point being primed, usually we want to leave him there and let that keep doing its work. Okay, so Ralph is looking at the bigger play of just like, what about when I'm not attacked? Where do I want to be? Maybe, the split with the 7-1. Okay. Yeah, so he's looking at this. Okay, he's going to maybe hop out instead here. Has he made this one? Did he hit the clock? All right. So I think he's going to give up a little bit there. Very difficult play, though. Hops out all the way. Like I said, I think just a little bit too loose, gives a few too many options. But the 3-1 isn't much. What does this want to do? I don't think making the 5-point makes any sense. Well, it's a better board, maybe. It's a nice distraction play. Our opponent might want to use 4s to make board points and things like that anyway. And we don't want to give our opponent their whole roll, really, if we can avoid it. This seems like the simple come-around play. But yeah, we should go for the tempo or something like this instead. Okay. Yep. Just under too much pressure from Ralph's position. 5-1 can come to the 8 and create a builder again. Maybe he'd rather be hit if his opponent runs with a 1-6 or 2-5, though. So maybe we just park on the 9. Either way, I want it in the mix and helping me build that next point. Wow, 21-15. That's quite surprising. This focuses on our opponent's escaping numbers best. And just make sure that we don't lose the game on A6, 2-5, 2-6. 3-6, however, is going to give up a shot. And the 6 isn't so pleasant, but it'll be okay, I'm sure. Does it need to turn into an attack to buy time to escape the prime? I'd probably just play down from the bar, but I mean, there's an idea there. Yeah, and look at this. He's like so structurally impure anyway that he should just go for this. And if he's hit with the ace, maybe that'll help him anchor or something like this. And his opponent just entering high and getting to prime him in is the biggest risk, right? Leaving a bunch of shots this way too anyway. 5-5, 4-6. 4-2, 5-2, 1-2. 5-4 is not one of them. He's going to anchor up, though. Yeah, I think getting those back checkers out of the mix while he focuses on priming the other straggler seems like a nice plan. 6s is just going to clean everything up and hope that he can find time to escape that single-ass back checker, and then Levan will have this game. And Ralf looking to prime it in. 5-2. I think he wants to be on the back of the prime now. Yep, and leave it there. And if his opponent, again, escapes with one of those 7s, he gets a shot and board. Otherwise, building very nicely. What is it? 1-5, I think, should step up and see the light with 6s. Even though it gets attacked sometimes. It's provoking a little bit, but our opponent would, of course, much rather just make the 4 and roll this home naturally. 4s is going to switch to attack mode now. Looks like we're making the next 2 board points in order. What else do we have? He wants to find a way to still prime, but I mean, there's nothing. Exciting DMP game we're getting to see here. A lot of big swings. Yeah, I guess it looks a little confusing if you look at pointing out ahead first, but then once you see that it makes like the perfect 4-point board along with it, looks beautiful. Must be a nice advantage for Ralf. I don't know, but maybe, yeah, not all of Levan's entries even are that good, so maybe if he can enter and hit and fade that shot, he's doing well. But I feel like Ralf must be in the driver's seat now. The 2 gets the cover, make a 5 prime. The 4 can hop right out. Not really much attacking threat at all with the blot and board and the dead checker. Levan fans again. And it looks like Ralf is a sizable favorite now to be the one advancing to the undefeated semifinals. Maybe 5-3 for distribution, even though it's front-loaded. I don't know why we want a second one on the 5. Maybe long-term we like it there. You can just shuffle the outfield. I guess coming out and trying to cover any sort of 2-6 miracle makes a lot of sense too. Maybe that's better to be on the 14 or 13 for that particular sequence. All viable plans. I don't know how you compare those. I guess a bigger risk for him to come in on the 2 and park there. And so you want more numbers to hit when that happens is what the bot is telling us here. See if Ralf can figure it out. Looks like he prefers that one. Okay. Finds it. All right. Another fan from Levan. On the ropes. Needs something to happen here. 5-4 gets to walk the prime forward and leave the ace-6. I think that's worth doing. It must be. But I mean, yeah, even the ace-6 doesn't necessarily win because we get a shot with the 4 from the roof and a lot of things. Oh my gosh, he rolls it too, though. All right. So almost half the time, Ralf going to fan. and only a third of the time does he hit. And then Levan going to be in the pip count lead now, too, if he can get away with this, just trying to escape and come home and win a race. And 4-1, okay, Ralf performs from the roof. Probably just going to link up 2 blots just in case to make sure nothing crazy happens on the next sequence again. Doesn't want to be hit from the bar. I expect. Well, why is it better to step up there? That's really interesting. I would have thought that. I don't know. Some tactics that he sees, looking through possible numbers. So Ralf back in the driver's seat on this one. Looking for an 8 or a 9 would be a nice shot. 6s. Oh, 6s is a little bit awkward. Not too bad. But anything, the second blot probably helps buy in some time to get home. 6s is a fine way to do it too. Is there any way to stay out of direct range entirely? I don't think so. Sorry, indirect range, I guess that would be. This duplicates aces, yeah. So that must be at least shots. So 1-1 is the super joker. 1-6, not even good enough. Double 2 is going to fan. Levan thought he was coming in with the 2-2. I don't know. 4-4. So now he has a question of whether he wants to hit or not. Could just buy him more time to win the game, but what does play B? Switching to the 5 and playing an 8-4, yeah, you might not get home. So I think you have to hit. And then just bring 2 checkers in. Oh, you can pre-clear the 6. That's a weird looking play. And you're really just begging your opponent to enter in behind you. This is some DMP stuff for sure. Yeah, sees that he's forced to do that. But yeah, this is a common DMP thing where he's wise to pause and think about it because we don't really want our opponent to have more time on the roof in this position. They need to wait and hit a shot to win. Wow, I'm surprised he knows this. This is really impressive. Sets up very nicely to make the ace point and reduce contact, I guess, is like a huge theme of this position. Nice find for him. Still over a minute on the clock, too. Yeah, I don't think Ralf tends to get into any real-time trouble. Just, takes the time to think about it and figure things out when he has the time. And if not, then he can also get through it just fine, too. Makes the ace. Risks 6s and 5s next roll, it looks like. But otherwise, not going to be a lot of shot-leaving potential in this position the way he's played it. Very well done. 6-5 is going to... Yeah, what is... I think so. I think spreading out instead of stacking up on the deuce makes a lot of sense here, but 6-5, 6-4, 5-4, 6-6, 5-5, 4-4. A lot of shot-leaving potential on this next sequence. If he misses it, then he should be pretty safe going forward. 3s can just clear and take a checker off. And that should about do it for Ralf. 5-4 enters. Is Levan going to try to race it out? Nope, he's just going to resign it. And there you have it. Ralf barely edging it out in the end after some big swings and scary stuff in that one. Really well played by him too. Ends out just underneath a 3. One of the best in the world on that PR and stuff like that too. So always an exciting matchup to watch. And yeah, we'll come back to. I've got to check in to see if we're going to have another match or not too. I'm going to keep my eye over there. Presuming not, by the way. Almost certainly we'll end for the evening. If we can look at that match progression a little bit before I take off too. Let's bring that up. And I mean, this is just fun. The spikes in this are just crazy in the end here. Look how wild that is toward the end. Just, I mean, of course we have that 50 tank down, get to below 20%. Ralf looking great. Then this huge uphill climb for Levan to get back into it. And then just big back and forth swings in that. This is the 6-away, 2-away game where he nearly turned around and won the match and went back to even eventually in the end. Just crazy stuff there. Was in a huge lead for a little bit after the ace-6 in this last game and then comes back. And yeah, that's some heartbreaking stuff for sure. But okay, I'm going to send a break really quick. Most likely that'll wrap it up for today, but some small chance that we'll come back with another match still, the semifinals this evening. I'll find out for sure in a moment. But otherwise, I'll be back bright and early tomorrow with I think it's the Undefeated finals. Yeah, so the semifinals are going to get played before I'm up, and the Undefeated finals happening first thing in the morning for me tomorrow morning. All the streams are on the Lou Rocky Backgammon channel, so you can go get notifications from those. But yeah, I'll be right back, everybody. Or back tomorrow. Thanks, y'all. All right, y'all. We got a little bit of bonus content here for you. We weren't sure if the players would choose to play the undefeated semifinals tonight or if they would prefer to come back bright and early tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. their time. But they're going to play it out right now for us. And so we have Ralf Jonas playing the checkers on top again. And we're going to have Jeroen Romme from the Netherlands playing on the bottom. We'll go ahead and swap the checkers for him too. We got that. Okay. So I'm getting ready to go here with a 15-point match in the semifinals. I do believe the loser of this actually takes home like 1% of the prize pool or something like that too, which I was sharing. I think is like 32,000 euros. So a little bit at least for the loser of it. The winner going on to the undefeated finals, which will happen tomorrow. And in a position, the winner of the undefeated bracket will get a bonus out of the prize pool right away. Goes on to play for winner of the tournament, takes like 40% of the pool or something like that. I think I saw in the payout information. You can check all that online on the First Loot Rocky Backgammon Championship Facebook page. They have the brochure there and such and on their website. But here we go. 2-1 slot to open for Ralf. Okay. Playing the white checkers this time around. And a 4-1 response for black here. Is going to hit and step up. Okay. Seems pretty strong. 4-6 gets to enter and return fire. That's what the blot on the 11 was for. It's to hit back from the roof quite a bit. But Jeroen going to send that one back as well. So Ralf, we got to see a lot of play from. Jeroen, I'm not familiar with, really. I haven't seen his play before, so excited to see kind of what level we get out of this semifinals matchup. We get a fan, really unlucky double sixes there, and then a 4-6 cannot escape the back checker. So what's he going to do with it instead? Maybe make the 2-point or just hit loose here and prevent the advanced anchor? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I like the loose hit there to put the second on the roof. And 1-4 is a pretty nice return from the bar for Ralf to hit back and enter both checkers. Much better than his 6-6 last time. Maybe it balances out. 6-2 doesn't look like he can make an advanced anchor, but it can bid for one. Down a lot in the race, so he decides that he just wants to get a blot in the mix too. Put something in front of the anchor. I think that makes a lot of sense. I like that play. 6-1 can make the bar point. Nice improvement for Jeroen. I don't know how to pronounce this name. 6 covers, 22 to 21 anchors up. Beautiful. All right, we're in a simple mutual holding game, except for those 2 extra checkers back on the 24, which is kind of adding some additional contact for Ralf, but also putting him further back in the race. So a little bit each way. No board points, so Ralf happy to hop out, hit, and play 3 checkers back to 3 checkers back. Small opportunity miss with that 6-3. What is this? Ace what? Ace 3. Okay. Happy to release the mid against the stripped midpoint of his opponents. Oh, he shouldn't, though. Interesting. I would have thought that was okay. 2 can come in and 3 can anchor high again. Looks like a nice improvement for Ralf, or a nice comeback at least. 4-3. What is this one going to do? See if I can get XG to do it. There we go. What did it do? It played, made the point and stepped up, and then Ralf did what? Uh-oh. My computer is starting to slow down on me. 3-4 hops out, and we have 6, just a 4-2, we'll say. Uh-oh. Transcription might be down. I guess this is what happens when we stream for a long time and things like that. Computer can't keep up anymore, apparently. We'll see if I can get it back. Oh, it's happy to do that? Okay. And then we had a 4-2 hop out. And then what was, this was like a 2-1? No, a 4-2. Okay. Ooh, I think we're caught back up. Yeah, lightning fast now. Good to go. Maybe I got some rolls wrong. I don't know. It's okay. Man, why does it keep freezing? Oh, the 2's got to enter first is why. Okay, that part makes sense. All right, so who's leading this game? Somehow Ralf ended up, or no, Jeroen has been ahead in the race the whole time. Okay, so what are 3s going to do? Are they running out of mobility enough that we need to advance to the 18? I guess it gets in the center, like unprimes us, so why not? And I don't want to leave a bunch of directs, so maybe I clean up. I could make the 3 behind too, though. I don't know. This one's a bit tricky. I guess we could make board points and try to play that way too. Yeah, okay, the cleanup in the 3-point looks pretty nice as well. Lots of options around here. Okay, instead of making a board point, just cleans 2 checkers up. So misses an opportunity to get a little more prepared for contact. No board points for him yet. And Jeroen with the racing lead gets to just make some simple plays here. 6-4 can't run from the back, unfortunately, so it's just going to start the next point and clean up the blot. And now we really are in a simple mutual holding game with a 3rd checker back each. No one contesting the outfield yet. That's going to change now. Jeroen going to hop out with the 4 and cover with the 3. 5-3 can hop out for mobility and cover. Okay. That risks quite a bit of race. I'm not sure. I might have just played behind instead, but yeah, that's a good play there. Nice find for him. 4-2 can just clean up and relinquish the outfield, I think. Seems fine with the racing lead. We don't want to give up the advantage we've got. And we've got nice prime in front too. So maybe he's looking for an opportunity to hop out with both should he get so lucky. 3s gets to make that board point after all. Oh, maybe not, given that he needs to hop out to the 21. Yeah, maybe that's better. 18 to or 16 to 13 and just 1 behind. Yeah, okay. I forgot that he was taking over the race and needed to unprime himself now. 8s to hit. There's one. I think he'll go for it. And Jeroen right back in the lead. 4-6. What does this do? Enters and the 6 just dumps behind. And under a lot of pressure with that extra blot. Only 6 pips in the race, though. Doesn't feel like a cube, but reasonable. I guess he's going to pause to think about it a little bit. Yeah, misses one here with the attacking threats behind. Okay, double 3s. Cannot do anything about the checker on the 20, but it can clean up 12 to 6 and then find 2 more. I guess just like, wow, that's annoying to stack up the 3. Is it any better to just release the 8-point here for distribution? Doesn't seem that way. But it's close. But we can, oh yeah, 2 blots behind, we can just switch 8 to 2. Just make the 4-point board and not worry about our opponent leaving the anchor to hit us. But yeah, look at this. Plus actually does like this 8 to 5 play better. Looks so strange otherwise to like stack up the 3-point. 2-3, probably going to hit and cover something. Maybe from the back makes a lot of sense. Why not just 8 to 5 to 3? Four 3 fans. Okay, and now Ralf with the lead in this game. Still down in the race, but has one on the roof, threatening to cover. Oh, that does everything. That is going to make the 5-point board, and I'm not even sure entering with an ace is enough. Probably. But if he's on the roof, I think he's got to let this one go. And I think Ralph's going to be doubling this one on that threat. Still some gammons in this position. I don't think it's too good for all the work to play this one around. But it's awful close. Actually could play that one on if he wanted. Gets a pass, and on we go to 15 away, 14 away. All right, and a 3-1 for Ralf to open. Five two splits. Okay. Simple stuff so far. And 4-2. I think it's usually worth making the next board point even though we volunteer here when we can make the rack. But he wants to split and come down instead. Oh, interesting. Okay. I didn't realize those were so close. I probably would have just made the pure play and moved on. 3-1 is going to point on head. Beautiful shot for Jeroen in this game. And a 4-4. This must do something, right? I guess it could hit loose. It looks kind of weak, though. It could also make the 9 as a blocking point, but then where's our last 4? I don't know. I don't know where our last 4 is no matter what. Yeah, maybe... Oh. Yeah, this is a tricky one. What are we supposed to do with this? 13-9 and then the loose hit because of that lack of options. Otherwise, we just got to come down to the 9. So Ralf correctly spots that he's playing 13-9 with one of these plays. Then should he make the better board or hit loose to try to reduce that way? Or there's this play of covering this, but then where's the last one? We can reduce shots with a 6-2, but it just looks very weak. Oh, he's just going to give up the midpoint too. Another one of these where like these top players are so willing to do this, and I just can't afford to disconnect from my back checkers this way. I'm surprised often I see that. But they find ways to make it work and create some really complicated games that probably I can't navigate as a result. Down in the race, I think we're probably... Do we really need the 22 when we're primed anymore? Anyway, with all this material in the zone, maybe. Oh, we can hit loose and come out. Yeah. I like this, of course. It seems strong. Otherwise, 13-5 was the next best play when we don't hit. Gets a fan of it. Wow, and now this tempo is just huge for Jeroen. Has 2 more blots to lift for 4 back, threatening the rack. This feels like a cube for sure, and can Ralf afford to play it? His structure is pretty strong, so, I mean, it's looking good. And sends a cube, and he decides to let it go. Okay, not a big pass or not a big take or anything like that. Seemed pretty scary to play that one out. So totally understandable pass there. Nearly optional on the borderline anyway. And 14 away, 14 away. Five-two going to split to open. 5-4 probably just splitting in response. We don't typically like to park in front of those stacks, so that's probably giving him pause. Wants to think about if maybe he should find a running play or something like this, I suppose. But I don't think he's going to find any sort of hits along with it. Or maybe he's just going to find the best play. You know. 5-6 can run 1. I guess we don't want to go to direct range on the 11, so we'll just link up with the 13. And 6-3. This comes around the bend, and we're on the 11, which is a nice containment place for that extra checker back that wants to run. Now when it hops to the outfields, we get double shots a lot of times. Seemed very strong to me. Oh, we should actually hit to reduce chances of leaving, though, with that racing lead. So instead, the 4-5 gets to escape to a 9-pip lead in the race. No one's got any structure, but Jeroen with a clear advantage in this game with the racing edge. And Ralf, I don't think needs to step up to the 22 to try to escape here. He should just focus on structure. So starting 2 points looks pretty strong, sure. Could also make a valuable point in the 11 right away, just in case he gets some contact soon. 5-3 gets to make a board point. And if Jeroen can make fill in a couple of these gaps on his way home with the racing lead, he'll have a cube coming soon. 2 covers for sure. The 5, yeah, sure. Can play down. Not so strong. Better than wasting a spare that is meant to cover the 5 to the 3. 2s, oh, he gets to make this beautiful 4-point, open 5-point with the 11 structure. And this looks like it's going to be a cube a lot of the time coming up. And I think Ralf still has a strong enough board to take. But it's not going to be a fun one. He's going to cover the 5 points somehow. I don't really see a big difference in way. Maybe, I guess both off the 8 looks like it should be nice to slot the bar point as well. Not sure what value we get out of 11 to 10. I don't get that at all, but okay. But yeah, I think we're going to have a pretty strong cube coming and still playable for Ralf on contact. Yep. Jeroen going to find that pretty easily. Right on the borderline. Easy take for Ralf. And I guess he does still have some stiffness and some work to do, you can see here. So that's what makes it kind of on the smaller side. Feels clearing away. So he's going to not leave any fly shots. Interesting. 2 down seemed like an option too. Okay, so this is going to be very difficult to build from this position. 5-4 is rolling home nicely. So even scarier to leave shots now. 6-5 is going to leave a shot. No way around it. So probably just 13-2 to reduce shots. And we'll cover it a lot of the time next time. Well, look at that. As is often the case, we should slot the better point instead. Any play that does that a little bit stronger. Ace-6 gets to hit, and then any 6 you like just cleans up. And Ralf probably threatening to send this cube right back now on poor entries. Ace-deuce, not that strong. Gets to even out the distribution. Still has a checker back, but I mean, there's some threats of hitting loose with this 4-point board. Ralf thinks better of it. I would have been tricked, though, thinking that there's a lot of gammons in this position. And it's creeping up somewhat, but not enough that he has to. 6-5 is an awkward number. I think we just go all in on the attack and hit loose on the ace since we're leaving shots anyway. And that would mean that the 13 down, but he's going to end up too good when it works is the problem with that. I think we have to do it anyway. Or I think he'll end up too good as well, but I guess I don't know that for sure either. 2-5 is going to hit back. All right, Jeroen right back in this. Threatening a gammon now on poor entries. 4-3 fans, yep. Looking for an ace or a point on head, something to make the 5-point. Lots of good things to do here. 4-2. We can't safety up. We can duplicate the deuce by playing 18-14, just play quiet 8-6. We're outboarded, so I don't think there's any reason to provoke here. Otherwise, I'd look for something like an 8-2. But I don't know why we want to do that. Look at that. That is best, actually, too. Yeah, I would end up finding that play because of our weaker board for sure. But 2 on the roof is strong. 2-6 enters and sends a checker back. Okay. Ralph's still alive with the 23-point. Not enough timing, though. Needs to come off it quickly. 5-3, I think, is just cleaning up again. And 6-1. I think if he could relieve the 23, he would. Doesn't get the chance there, though. Maybe he wants to save a 6. Does he want to have the ace point made right now out of order is the question. And I guess there should be some immediate fly shots and things like that, so it feels worth it. And I think we can win the game with an impure 5-point board here, too, with how weak Jeroen's structure is, how close the race is, things like that. And 2-4. What can this do? It can leave no shots by clearing the 8, or it can leave some fly shots by clearing the 13, which will help him build. What is the 13? That's 5-2, 3-4. That's quite a few. I mean, I don't know. No shots feels called for, but okay, we should volunteer the 4 here. Those are tricky. Very difficult. I guess it prepares best when our opponent wants to split or something like that if they did it here. But Ralf happy to camp this out a little bit longer, let Jeroen's structure keep deteriorating before he makes anything of it. 6-1 is a huge improvement. Makes the 5-point. Very scary for Ralf to leave now. Likely to just crack. Well, Jeroen patiently brings us home now. (3-1). I don't think there's need for anything too crazy here. Yeah, we can just play into the 5. Clear the 11 when we get the dice too. 6-4 is going to lose the first board point for Ralf. 5-2. Does he want to open up double 6s? I don't think so. So he's just going to keep up his structure. No fly shots even. Interesting. Okay. And wants to be prepared when he's forced to run off with, yeah, what is that? That was a 6-5, I'll say? No. Must have been something else. 3-2. We'll go with, I don't know. 3-1. Can't cover, can start clearing. No blots and boards, so not a great time to be leaving a shot, but what else do we have? 5-3 is the only thing that hits. 6-3, not so good. Stacking up. And double 3s. That can come in, but it can cover. Yeah, that's the play. In, cover, and in. I love it. And what does the 6-3 do? Breaks another board point. Not a good roll for Ralf. 6-5. Can't clear safely. Has to bury a checker to the ace. Okay, that's a little bit something for Ralf to hope for. 2-1's going to clean up another blot. Double threes. Okay, now we're to the bear off, and we get to, I think, yeah, there's nothing other than clearing the 6, right? I mean, this looks really awkward and stacky with a giant gap on the 4. So definitely some shot vig, but the shots don't hurt too bad when Ralph's board is trashed as it is. 3-1 looks like 1 off for sure. Is it 2 off? Yeah, I suppose so. Why do we need to worry about distribution against the 3-point board? Yeah, I don't know. Easy to think that looks a lot smoother, and maybe we should go for it. Maybe we'll have some chances to attack and close our opponent out and win some gammons that way. 3-1 was going to work either way. Wish we had an extra checker off now, I guess. I don't know. 6-3 is going to enter and save all the gammons, but probably win about never. Roughly never. 6-2 is 2 off. And 5-4. Can get 2 crossovers, but they're kind of stacked up in a poorly distributed way. Yeah, so I think not needing the crossover with every roll, this makes sense to diversify our numbers instead. $17-8 was fine as well. Okay. 3-2 can cross into board. I think that seems best. But 13-8 for some reason. Oh, they're all tied. All the same, we're just going to save the gammon every time and never win. So, okay. Double twos can take 2 off. And Ralph going to resign the game. No gammon. And on we go to 12 away, 14 away. The small match lead for the player from the Netherlands, Jeroen Romme. Romme, I don't know. I could be butchering names today. I apologize. It's nice to be on site where you can ask people how they like their names to be said. What can you do? All right, 4-3 to open. This 12 away, 14 away score line isn't enough to like really change any sort of opening roll theory or cube action for the most part. So he is a splitter, so he's going to go for the split, apparently. Maybe he's adjusting his move already, since 2 down is kind of the typical thing. But usually that's just a preference thing for people. Up and down tends to be the strongest play with up double threes in the opening. And 4-5. 5 can run and 4 can cover. I don't see much stronger than that. Five three is probably just going to not leave a shot. Close race, so no one really wants to give up anything too crazy here. Jeroen just looking to link up those blots or escape in a single checker back game. And Ralf happy with his 21-point hold here. Looking to just improve his offense. 6-2 can make a 4-point, or the 4-point. Improves the board, so contact clearly favoring Ralf. And also leading the race a little bit, but that's a nice escaping roll to buy a lot of freedom for Jeroen, and full freedom probably worth a little bit more here, but with the close race is advancing to the 18 and maybe continuing to the 15 actually makes a lot of sense with the 6-pip lead afterward. And Ralf finding his way into another fairly simple game. I saw quite a these in the last match too. 5-4, small racing deficit, so we'll just make a board instead of thinking about clearing and playing efficiently and things like that. 5-3 cannot clear the 15 yet. Double twos. It's still not going to put him in the lead in the race, so I think he should find some way to work on his board again. Maybe everything from the 11. But he wants to think about breaking contact instead. Okay. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm not sure why 9-3. It seems very strange to me. 1, 2, 3. Oh, probably because of this 6 checker up here. That doesn't look very good either. Fair enough. Either way. Still can't safely clear the rearmost point. Ralf can't. But his race lead isn't huge, so doesn't mind the contact along with it too. And just simple board improving plays for Jeroen here. And what do we got? 5-3 still can't clear it safely. So he's going to release the midpoint. Give up the 2 combinations to clear. And 5-1. Yeah, just going to play 2 off the 6 point. Okay, yeah, sure. Keep a 6 on the 7 there. Small racing lead for Ralf if he can break contact. 6-3 isn't going to do it. Just brings 2 in. Okay. 5-1. Gets to cover the ace and maybe just 5-4. Saves us a 6 if we need it, though we don't really want to play it to the ace, so I'm not sure how much value it's got. 6 in, 3 covers. Ralf looking to leave that 15 point soon. Now. 5-4. I think just making a board point now. Why release any of the contacts when Ralph's about to go on a 6? I like that play. 6-2 would have been one of his better 6s. Maybe not. What am I talking about? 4-1. Better than 6-1 or 6-3. Not as good as 6-4 or 6-5. 2-1 just going to shift and opens that 5 point and back up with the cover from the 11 again. 6-5 is going to break contact completely. Only 15 pips in the race, so if Jeroen can perform with the dice on this one, he'll be good. 5-1 is probably enough to play it. I don't know if that's good or not, actually, now that I say that out loud. But it actually looks like 1 pip past the point of last take, so I think Ralf just has a claim here. Ralf correctly going to find that double. Let's see what Jeroen does with this cube. I'm using the Trice formula, which rounds up to the next 10 of 70. Then you add 10 to it is 80 and divide by 10 for 8, as the pip deficit is the point of last take, and our opponent's 9 down. So without any wastage adjustment, it looks like it should be a double and a pass, according to Trice's Rule 62. So you do that for longer races, and for shorter ones, then you there's a different little formula there. Some subtraction and dividing by other numbers and all kinds of fun. 12 away, 13 away. 5-1 to open. Oh, a 1-5, I guess. So 5-1 for Ralf. That's what that means. And a 5-1 response. Just going to split just the same, I do believe. And our 6-1. Okay, going to make a point. First asset goes to Ralf. 6-4 is going to point on head. I'm not sure which is really better here. Putting on our opponent on the roof is kind of nice. 5-1 gets to anchor against the deep point and probably play down. I don't think we want to split against the splitsing structure. I wouldn't have thought, but wow, he's right to do this. Okay, why is this position different? I guess because he doesn't have enough time from the midpoint and things like that. I don't know, but it looked like a risky spot to split to me. 6-4 gets to enter and run. Okay. And small racing lead, so when it works, it's okay. But when he gets hit, he's in a lot of trouble here. Oh, the 6 with it isn't so good, though. So I guess just 2 down, huh? And Jeroen looks all in. When it works, he's winning the game pretty much. And so I think the cube's coming. The 5 is going to go for the tempo hit. Yeah, I mean, ahead in the race, shooting at an ace, ton of material in the zone. Wow, I don't know how he rolls this. Okay, he's actually is a little bit shy. That felt like a very strong cube to me, but I'm just over aggressive with I guess the 2 checkers back behind structure and all this. Misses the chance to hit again, I assume is what happened there. Yeah. So the ace comes in, 6 hops out, and positionally this just looks difficult, but still some gaps to fill in. So maybe nothing now. I don't know. 6-5. Can't do anything about the back checkers. Has to give up the midpoint link. So now Ralf has a pretty strong containment game here. 3-1 would have to leave a direct 6 to make the 5 point and release a blocking point. I don't think that's going to be it. So maybe just 16-12 or something like this is fine. But there's ways to spread out more as well. We could actually play the 3 down to the 10 and play 16-15 or something and see a lot of the outfield. Yeah, that is a little bit better. Interesting. Okay. So spreading out seems to be the key here. Getting another checker back might just help us make another inner board point or help us make another anchor. Sorry. so we don't have to like split and play super loose. 6-5 is not the roll he was looking for. That's going to stack up the deuce. And positionally, this is way overrun for Jeroen now. I think Ralf still needs to make some sort of improvement to his structure to have a strong cube here, but it's getting close. This is not a fun position for black to play, just hoping to scramble home and run with something. 6-5 again. All right, there goes the 8. And cube incoming. This just looks trashed. It's actually too good. Wow, we passed up that. That's how bad of the crash position this is. I'm not sure I would have even known to pass it necessarily. These are difficult positions for me. I have to look at a lot of them to get it right. But yeah, that's how bad crashing is. Okay, no 6. So any ace you like. There must be more numbers to get to the edge. But yeah, let's put pressure on the back on the 9 in case our opponent rolls a 5-2 or something like this. 6-1. We could slot the back. That looks like a nice place to be. Not sure why we want to lift it after that, though. 12-5 is actually best. Okay. And 3-2 gets to finally cover and can anchor up as well. And I think this looks... Can Ralf still cube this? I think so. But it's an anchor game now, and he's stuck back on the 24. But his opponent's going to crack like all the time here. Yeah. Doesn't feel too good anymore. This would confuse me a little bit, since it feels like maybe we're primed a little bit. But he's going to find a nice cube. And let's see if Jeroen can realize how much cracking trouble he is. Yep, he is able to release that easily. And on we go to 12-way, 12-way. These players are kind of zooming through it, playing it fast, just doing 1 point at a time, though. So we're getting a lot of match value out of it. 6-5 is going to run. Okay. And 2-1 should probably counter slot here, even though it allows our opponents potentially escape with tempo. You know, we need some structure to contain that last back checker. 4 is going to hit and 3 down. Ralf looking to fire back with 6s from the roof. 4 aces. That'll work. And Ralf accumulating checkers back. Jeroen just looking to escape to freedom. Can't hit loose here, but it can make the 11. That's some in blocking improvement. So a little bit for Ralf. Pointing on head would be huge for Jeroen. 5-1 is going to do that, yeah. And with 4 checkers behind a made 5 point now, this position's feeling pretty strong. 3-1 is probably enough to delay it for now, though. I think we just make the 22 point. We have a nice holding game. Double anchor game even if we need it, though I don't see how we're going to get into that exactly. Plenty of life here, I think. So I think we're a little bit shy now. 5-3. 5-6. Okay. Just runs. And Ralf looking for a 6 to send that back. Finds it. And I think wants to link up with the 11. Both these players playing quickly and very sharp too. 2 usually doesn't want to stay on the 23, so he's going to see the light there. Yeah, it would be nice to get a 6-5 out of it, but I don't think we can stay back like that. 6-2 gets to reestablish the middling anchor of the 22. And then I guess why not slot with, like, I mean, we already have more checkers back, all these things. Same idea as the 2-1 early on. 5-4 that's the butterfly roll. Links up with the midpoint. Stack of 6 out there with a 40 pip lead. Still feels like a lot of work to do to develop this, so I don't think the cube's coming, but pretty clear advantage with full freedom for Jeroen now. A few more gammons threatened than usual because of the big race lead and the extra checker back, so he's going to get one in a little bit early, but I think Ralf can have an easy time taking this one. And usually we don't want to send these until we have only 4 points on the midpoint, and we're risking losing our market with like some big sets by clearing that safely. We don't have that position yet, so usually it's just kind of free to take a couple rolls and get to that. This position looking very beautiful for Jeroen, though. The 3-1, not so beautiful. Does it have to, like, I mean, I guess the 6-5 is happening no matter what, unless we're going to go back and hit on the ace. And then is it worth playing 13-10 with it? I don't think. I think we're just stacking up the 5. That's annoying. Okay, he finds the best of it, though. I would have been tempted with the second best play for sure. These shots hurt, but he dodges it. 3-2. Does it just slot the front now? I mean, we could make the 9, but then where's our 3? I don't think we need to get moving from the back at all yet. Just into the 6. Okay, that's a way to do it too. Thinks he might get a shot now, I guess that might mean. Double 3s can make the 7 for sure, right? And then play one in. Or it could just play all 4 down. That looks really weird. Bunch of field goal posts, so I don't think so. I guess we could just play 1 down afterward. I don't think we want to play 8-5. I think we're just playing 13-7 twice, right? Wow, they're all surprisingly close. Oh, he wants to make it and make the point behind is an idea too. Yeah, that's a way to get the goalkeeper out of our hair. Wow, all super close ideas. That's really interesting. How many competing ideas there are. Finds his way back to go. Yeah, priming that blot is a nice way to put pressure on it too, though. This play just looks very nice. All right, finds a solid alternative. Should be easier to make the 4-point from here too. Might be part of his reasoning with this spare distribution. Ralf rolling home safely and nicely. What is this? 5-1. Doesn't seem like it's going to do anything. What can it do? Oh, does it like have to leave it? 8-2 is the only safe roll if it's 5-1? Yeah, that's an ugly one. 3-4. Does that mean Ralf wants to get out of the way of that dilly builder now? No, he can just roll his board home with that 4-3, so much better alternative. 3-1 can... Does this have to leave a shot? It can leave indirects if it doesn't do this, so yeah, it kind of feels like maybe the ace hit and then 3 down or something instead. I don't think it had to all come from there, but 10-6, much better. Okay. 3-6 just going to hop right out. Yeah, the board too strong to go for that. 3-1. Yeah, now we got to play safe. You can just play down and cover. And 3s. Gets to make the 7 and come into the 5. And just patiently waiting for the next shot. Jeroen's position pretty strippy. 5-3 is going to solve a lot of it, though. Spares on the 2 high points. Going to be hard to fill in the 4, too, with all those checkers dead behind the anchor. So Ralf Jonas's contact is looking pretty good here. Just needs to be patient and camp out on that 22 point. Plenty of time to do it with 27 pip deficit in the race. And 5-3. Doesn't have to leave a shot yet, but does have to stack up the 5, I guess. And distribution looking awkward again. Just had like after a brief reprieve from these awkward rolls. Right back to it. 5-4 can briefly make a 6 prime. I guess it's fine to do that and then slot the front. Interesting. I'm not sure why 12-3 would be better here either. All these weird plays. That's me. But all of them just trying to roll forward and make more board points and all this. So it can't be too big. If we get so lucky as to hit a shot, we're going to be doing great. But Ralf seems to see whatever the tactics are in this for the best play. Nice find by him. What do we got? 3-1. Just move a spare into the 6. Getting ready to make that 4-point. Double 2s. Could slot both points or it could make the ace. Maybe I'd rather make the ace and play 7-5 and be in pretty good shape to 8-6 with it. That's strange looking. Why? Yeah, I guess I'm talking about 7 ace there. Okay. And just slots both though. I mean, yeah, that seems very natural too to not make the points out of order. Double 5s is going to leave an indirect shot is all. And so it makes it kind of a bad time to have those 2 blots on board for sure. Do all the 7s work? No, the 5-2's blocked. So 6-1 and 4-3. But I think Ralph's going to try either of them if he gets it. 5-3. That looks like it makes the deuce twice or just brings 2 in. Could run with the 6 soon anyway. Must have been a long day of backgammon to get here, too. So it was 4 rounds to make it to the quarterfinals on this side. I don't think either of these players had an early bye. Can't clean up the blot. Has to play 2 more behind and leave the 7 again. But so the semifinals or the quarterfinals is the 5th round. So this is their 6th match of the tournament. They played 1 yesterday, but I'm not sure if they played more than 1 yesterday. So, I mean, either 4 or 5 matches. They're on match 4 or 5 right now, which a lot of fatigue probably setting in too. They seem sharp. But it seems like as well, like when you start to get tired, you start to play a little bit faster. I do have this sense that they're both moving through this pretty quickly. Hit and continue, hit and lift. But I mean, both playing amazing as well. 3-1 enters, 1 takes the crossover, okay. So Ralf right back in for contact. And 5-3 can't lift this time. Oh, it can peel, but it doesn't hit. Why shouldn't he hit? Why not? Why don't we want to slow him down and maybe have him enter high or something like that and reduce contact, you know? Double 3s, gonna clear. Okay. And Jeroen home to his race safely, but some big sets can bring some life back into this game for Ralf after all the great contact he got. 6-2, okay, 2 off. And 5-3, just coming around. And off the gammon. Doesn't he have 1 more checker than that? 6-1 is 2 off. I feel like he's still got 1 stacked there, but maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I missed a roll somewhere. Nope, yeah, he's got 5 checkers left now, okay. Can't tell if it's possible for Ralf or not, but probably. They're just rolling. He's going to resign it there, okay. And that's going to be 10 away, 12 away. Both of them just chipping away at this match. Yeah, and Jeroen's playing really sharp, like good PR as well, but also just like making those plays pretty quickly. So it seems like a high level of confidence with his level of play too, which is always an impressive indicator to me of someone's like experience with the game. Seems like a pretty sharp player. 3-1 makes the point. It seems like he's played a time or 2 before. Double 6s, gets to escape and make the bar point. Okay. Just 1. And so the board advantage for Jeroen, the pip advantage for Jonas, for Ralf Jonas. Keep on calling him Jonas instead of Ralf. I think we want to spread out 6-5. I don't think we're under big. This looks more like an attacking position than a priming position. So I don't feel the call to split. Yeah, it's actually a big mistake. We can get unloaded on when we do this. 4-2, misses out on some opportunity to build 2. But when we get away with it, we get to make this perfect anchor and be alive forever. So it worked out. Ace 5 is just going to hide a blot behind right now. Does not want to allow his opponent to come off the anchor and hit since he's way down in the race. If he can just keep it simple, that's great. This time we're going to get a 6-5 with it. And Jeroen is ready to build. Jonas or Ralf ready to run. 4s, I guess, are going to come down to make another blocking point and make something behind. Maybe the deuce, but the 3 could be fine as well. Just switching 7-3. Oh, we should just go for board entirely. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, we don't want to give up our link to the 24 point. Okay. That's a hard play to find. The 7-3 part is doable. It's just like the better board points, and we don't necessarily want the bar anyway. So a small oversight there. Would have had Jeroen maybe advancing anyway. Okay, he gets to make the rack. And then it's the 8-6 for sure. I think actually 13-11 probably contains a little bit better, doesn't it? That feels important there. 5-6 wasn't going to matter. Looking for an 8 or an ace. Gets neither. So this is going to come down and slot the front, and I think it's just too many pips in the race to play. This does not look like any sort of viable contact or strong enough contact to play out a 33 pip deficit in the race. I guess that checker doesn't always get home, but almost always. I only see 3 rolls that don't safety it. So lonely in chat with no one to talk to. Not a lot. I guess people will watch this later too, and you won't know what I'm talking about. But I like that when people join the live stream and I can talk to them about all the things I'm seeing in the position, add things that I might be missing. I appreciate y'all when you're in here. 10 away, 11 away. One step back in the right direction for Ralf. 4-3. I think he's shown us to be a splitter. 21-9 if I do recall. Four, 6. What does this do? I can't remember. Could make the 2-point. It could just run past all this. Maybe running looks pretty strong here to me. The loose hit gets rid of the spare. Yeah, making the 2-point seems fine too. Okay. All reasonable candidates for Ralf. And double 2s gets to make the 4-point, and we love to make the 11 with the open 5, but probably covering the 9 is a little bit stronger to not leave the blot out there. And the 9 is part of our structure. Both really nice plays. 2-5. Well, I think, we're going to hit loose, yeah, to not allow our opponent to just have that split now. And come down with the 5 was the clear part. Ace-3 is going to hit from the roof, sending a third back. Small advantage to Jeroen. Ace-6 is going to be forced to get that illegal checker off the 24 and hop out to the bar point. Try to make an advanced anchor. 5-2. Is it worth giving up the 9 to hit? Probably. I mean, I guess the other question is what else does he have to do? But we don't want our opponent to just make that anchor. So, he wants to hop out and link up. Okay. So this, yeah. So misses out on that chance, and he's going to let Ralf get away with it now. So hitting there, he was going to get hit from the roof, but at least his opponent wouldn't have the anchor, you know, right in the center of our beautiful structure. We want to fight for that a little bit longer. 5-2 can make the 11. But it looks like a nice connecting play, and our 5 was going to be weak and probably come out regardless, so maybe he found it that way. 2-1, down in the race anyway. Why not hit? 13-10 is reasonable too. Interesting. Just focus on containment and building later, I guess. 4-1, probably just going to step up as far as we can and try to escape to a winning race. 6-1. This hit's getting a little scarier, but we can play up to the 18 with it. He's just going to play quiet. Okay. Yeah, with no spares on the 6, I guess we can't use the last one to hit loose, is the idea. 4-3 escapes. And just a clear racing lead for Jeroen. But the contact's still pretty good for Ralf. That goalkeeper is doing work right now. Not under pressure yet. If Jeroen can make another board point and start to be threatening to attack that blot, then I think he'll have an early cube. But not before that. 6-1, no safe plays, so let's just make the 5-point and see if our opponent wants to come off the bar point anchor. And so in a position like this, our extra threat seems pretty good now. And can Ralf afford to hit? He could link up with the 18 or make the board point instead. I think he should just make the 4 would be my instinct here. But I don't think he can leave the anchor. It just looks like death when you get hit with a 6 from the bar after that. And 2s, yeah. All perfectly diversified with entering numbers. Just looks to be a little too much. But the simple just 24-18 to avoid being attacked and count on your bar point anchor game is pretty strong too. Definitely crossed my mind as a candidate. I'm not sure why we would prefer the 13-9, 6-4 and better. Maybe that play makes the 5 a little bit faster. Could be the focus there, but yeah, I don't know. I would just take a board point in hand with the deuce and 3 already made anyway. Yeah, I expect he's pausing this long to think about it because he's really trying to rule out the hit. All the other plays feel like reasonably similar, and I guess okay. So he's trying to figure out if he wants to stay back with the goalkeeper or not. Probably, I changed my mind. Decides no. Decides to play the simple game. If it's a cube, it can't be by too much, but he did miss a marginal one there. Fine to roll through. It's just not that big of a racing lead, and it's going to be generally an easy take for your opponent no matter what happens. Didn't see a lot of market loss there. It's like a big set can lose his market, but that goes both ways. 5-6. Now he's got a 5-4 as well, so with that many pips, maybe it's getting important to send this cube in time. I feel like, yeah. So now we're missing a pretty sizable cube. Double twos is going to break contact entirely. And yeah, I'm surprised to see him kind of forget about the cube in this game. I thought he was playing that pretty sharp the rest of it. Maybe I just missed it though. And here it comes, an easy pass with 19 pips and not enough contact to float it. And that's going to be 9 away, 11 away. Ralf going to have to take a second to catch up on the race, count it, make sure he's down as much as it looks like before he lets this one go. And Ralf taking a quick break to go grab something. I think this was a relatively short break when he did this in his match against Levan as well. I can't remember for sure though. I'm going to take the second to look at the match progression for sure. Oh, is he standing up and going somewhere too? Maybe we do have a little bit break here. Yes, we had moments where Ralf was getting into the lead there. But mostly the Jeroen show so far. Took a small advantage in the first game. Ended up losing that first game and letting Ralf get up to a lead from there. Winning the second game to get back to even, it looks like. And then game 3 on. He's been mostly a favorite with like small dips during the game. But yeah, there's been some back and forth with who the leader is for sure. Can show you that real quickly. I love this match progression. It's so much fun to see the dice in like our crazy game of backgammon. All the big swings in this. So they're hovering in that 43 to 60%. No like decisive things yet, but a lot of volatility in this match and a lot of back and forth so far. With your favorite switching quite a bit there. Maybe I can make this more like centered and small by that camera. Beautiful. But okay. I'm going to take a short break here and we'll be back with more of these two in just a moment. All right, we got the players coming back to the board here. Looks like we're going to get right to it after that short break. And 5-3 to open for Ralf. Starting back up at 9 away, 11 away with Jeroen with that small lead. 6-4 after pointing. We can typically point ourselves. Running a little weak with only 2 pips out in the race, which technically puts us like 2 pips down. Probably better for Ralf to run, though. Making the deuce point, trading the 8 point for the deuce point is not all that strong. Interesting. Wow. Why is running the third best play here? Ralf seems to know this too. But I guess we don't really want to leave the anchor against the made deuce point since attacking's the plan. Yeah, I would find this as well. I'm quite surprised to see that splitting wins out somehow. Must be some serious tactics there. So deuces is great. Gonna hit, make the 4 point, and then probably just make the 11 point after all. Ton of pressure on this position. I think 5-3. Is this any sort of cube already? He's going to enter deep and avoid bringing another blot into play. I guess we're not so under the gun from there. On a fan, it would have been interesting, I think. But 4-1, probably just going to bring another checker into the zone right now before I anchor. Or maybe we need to split, actually, while we still have time. Maybe that's a little bit stronger here. We could hit loose on the 3 as well, but I don't see a ton of value in the tempo. We're only slightly ahead in the race, though, so maybe that's the way to take advantage of our board. But could be time. Yeah, look at these. They're all very close. Lots of different ideas for how to take advantage of this position. Computer's being fussy every now and then here with the transcription. 6-5. I think we don't want to leave a direct shot. It's good enough to just escape, I think, here. So why not just 24-13? What else do we have? A loose hit on the deuce or something like this? Like, the race is fine if we can get away with this. And it's not like we're so scared of being hit loose on the 3, even though that was what was supposed to happen last time. Looks like a pretty natural play to me. And 3-4. This would love to anchor up, but the 4 is not so good looking after we do that, so maybe we should just run to avoid destroying our position too much. Yeah, what are we going to do, though? We're going to volunteer a direct shot, a direct 6 or something in a close race? This seems worse to me. But okay, he finds the best of it. Yeah, I'd be way off just running there. That's how strong the anchor is, but okay, 4-2. At least when we're hit, we're still in basically a 50-50 game, I guess is a big part of it. So that always rates to be pretty strong that way. Small delay in the stream here. What did we get? 4-6 is going to run out. Okay. 5-1 is going to hit the blot. Beautiful shot. And who has the advantage now? Enters deep with the goalkeeper, breaks that 8. Now that we have the deuce made as builders. Down 21 in the race, I'd say advantage Ralf for sure. And if he can make enough board points to put pressure on the back blot, he can send the cube that way. Doesn't really look scary enough, especially since Jeroen wants to. He can just like link up here. I think he wants to keep the contact, both from the back here. But yeah, I think Ralf is going to want to take one more spare off the midpoint to threaten to roll that set to win. And then he's going to be pretty happy cubing this one. 3-2 can make the 5 point. And I expect a cube's incoming here. Still a little bit shy with that goalkeeper contact and strong board, though. Okay. So the goalkeeper is doing more work for Jeroen than Ralf here, is what that's telling us, for sure. Could switch to the ace, but yeah, we wouldn't get to make the 7 with it, so okay. Now the back checker is primed, so a little bit extra value for Ralf that way, too. Midpoint is going to have to go. Do we want to leave a single checker up there with the racing deficit? Maybe, but just 2 down here. Okay. And now we have to have a cube, right? Yeah, a small one. Still a take for the contact with all the work to do to clear the mid and the good structure. And yeah, but I mean, this little extra value of the primed back checker seems very nice in making this holding game worth a little bit more than usual, where 15 pips isn't usually quite enough, I wouldn't think, in this kind of game to send. It's at least close. And of course, the score deficit is going to make him feel a little more comfortable sending it too. But I think I expect Jeroen to find an easy take here, but it's not so clear with the extra checker back. It might be worrisome that he might not be able to escape that. Might end up being primed and crashed that way or something. So, but I mean, his board is looking so nice here. The only impurity is the deuce point instead of the open 3-point in front of it. Yeah, snatches it up. Seems like the thing. And 5-1. Just brings a builder into the zone. Nice progression for him. 6-5 is, what can this do? I don't even, oh, it makes the ace point. Yeah, okay. And so how soon is Jeroen looking to step up with a 4 now? I think he's about ready. 3 down makes another contact point with that, but I mean, better contact than from the mid. I think this makes a lot of sense. And Ralf tends to get it right. 5s, ooh, blocked just in time. Now it has to crack. I think he would have been happy to leave the anchor and just leave the single checker back and hope to escape instead of having to destroy his board this way. 5-3. Doesn't look like it can clear any points safely, so it's just going to have to do this awkward redistribution of spares deep. I guess it could make the 3-point, but I think volunteering shots is a little too harmful here. Wow, he's supposed to make the 3-point? Why? How can we do this? We win that many more gammons when our opponent hits and leaves the anchor with this 4-point board with our opponent so crashed. And the race is close too, okay. So we can't really afford a lot of racing impurity and to have the weaker board at the same time. So this is sharp by Ralf to slow down on this one. I don't think I was going to catch this one. It feels so natural to just kind of play in from here. Wow. He wants to. Very interesting play. I guess I can see as well, like 3-2 is not a comfortable hitting number. 3-1 is fine. 4-3 is great. 3-3, 3-5, 3-6 all look fine. But maybe just what's convincing him too is just that little bit extra vig on the 3-2. Who knows? Ace-5. It's more prepared for numbers that would have been forced off, like a 6 here. So that's an interesting feature too. Wants to get ready for his opponent to have to run without hitting too. 5-3. Now I think we're just stacking spares up behind anyway. I don't see any hitting play or anything like this. So yeah. But we're way more ready for our opponent to run off that anchor now. 5-1 is another blocked number. Okay. He's getting to preserve his anchor, but he's losing a ton of value in the race. 2 ace. I still think we just want our opponent playing. Yeah, so I like just shuffling checkers behind like this again. 6-1. There the anchor goes. And I guess it just continues or lifts the blot in case he needs that for contact here. I'm not sure. I wouldn't have thought to lift because maybe we'd want to make it, but we'll see. 5-1 closes the 6 prime. Beautiful shot for Ralf. And somehow this holding game is turning into like a likely gammon here now too, with Ralf in the driver's seat to attack loose on that ace. 6-2 is just going to close out with 2 on the roof, and an extra checker outside is going to put him pretty clearly above 50% gammons, maybe in like the 60 range or something like that, I would guess. Yeah, 62 after 10-6, 7-4. Okay. 5 is going to leave a shot right away, though. So we're taking one off, and we're clearing the 6 for sure. And the last one, yeah, it doesn't leave any more shots with 2 on the roof. So why not just take 2 off? And 6-3 is going to hit. Send one back. Okay, the road is still a long one to a win, but that's going to save a lot of gammons at least. 5-5 fans. Ralf only has 2 off, but it's just we can never close Ralf out either, even if we get around with the time we've bought by hitting that checker. It's very difficult to win this one. All right, looking for a 5-5, 6-4, 5-4. 3-3 is not the one. And Ralf looking to scoop all these blots back up. 4-5 is going to do exactly that. Going to have to leave a direct shot, but at least he's got a third one in the air now. Going to win a bunch of gammons when he's missed. Just needs to fade a 6 here, and 4-6 is going to hit back. Okay. A little bit of life for Jeroen again. Back and forth. 4-5 fans. And 5-4 enters one more. Okay. So if he can get both checkers in, he's threatening to have like an interesting containment game. 6-2 is just going to hop out. Ralf with the initiative again, but making a point right now as Jeroen is great. There it is. Double fives. Does this hit? I don't think it reaches. It looks like it's just going to bring one checker all the way past and keep the 20 point, I think, to keep sixes blocked. But I guess he could just play 20 to 5 and keep the double contact instead. Maybe that is better. Yeah, maybe keeping the double shot on so many numbers is more important than the double sixes. But okay, he decides to keep the point instead. I don't know why I was deceived by that at first, since I know this containment theme. Like right here, we want aces and deuces to hit, not just aces. 5-3 doesn't hit either way. 5's got to go as well. And maybe the 3 should just get out of the way to save gammons. I don't think the contact's helping us at all. Yeah, why are we going to stay? I don't understand this. I don't think, yeah. I mean, we just like risk losing more racing value in gammons and things like that. And Ralf, I think, ready to just smooth out. Yeah, I guess, okay. So he takes a checker off and says, you know, like it's tough to lose the game anyway if he manages to leave a shot on the back. I don't think there's many gammons here. But our opponent can enter and race really well if we play too safe and don't take checkers off, so avoids that fate. Three, 2. Probably just going to clear from the rear. Our opponent could enter on the 3 and park there if we take a checker off. It only gets us one closer. Wow, that's the play, though. It actually is starting to matter in gammon terms here. That's very interesting. Doesn't feel like there's any gammons here, but I guess he's taken a lot of checkers off and had a lot of fans. Gets the 3s to fan instead. That's probably a better result on that roll. 2-1 is going to take 2 off. Beautiful. One roll closer. 5-2. Double sixes saves it in one shot. 6-4 is 2 off. And 6-2 gets a perfect crossover into the board, and then the 2 from the rear. Still should be a big favorite to save it, but there's some ways for Ralf to get a little bit extra out of this one for sure. 5-3. Looks like he's going to force Ralf to find a set. 5-2. And 5-2. Saves the gammon. So we're on to a tie game again. Playing a 9-point match now. 9-away, 9-away. Jeroen's clock running, but it seems to be irrelevant. I don't think either of them is getting into time trouble in this game. Wouldn't seem anyway. 12 points down, 18 to go. All right, 6-3 is just going to split. 6-4 gets to hit, and he wants to play down with it instead of, no, he wants to split. Okay, yeah. I would have thought when it's not the spare from the 8 that we're hitting with, yeah, 3-2, probably, oh, it can fight for a higher point, so I think we will hit loose here instead of making the deep anchor. Oh, he can make the point, though, the 10, yeah, he misses that opportunity, of course, of course. 5-4 is going to hit an anchor, beautiful shot. Oh, it hits twice, interesting, okay, okay, is that really right? Wow, that's like the one exception where I definitely would have made the anchor and been wrong, since I never make the anchor. All right, establishing the ace is pretty good with this deep checker. 6-3, I guess, probably, does it hit in the outfield or just cover? We can't safety all our blots anyway. Guess we could make the 7. We got all kinds of options here. I don't know what to do. I guess I'm just hitting from the 24 probably. Keep it simple. That is apparently like one of the last best plays. This is such a junky position, though. I really don't know what to do with it. Just plays 2 down. Finding that 6-3 hit seems strange. I don't know why we want to step into this blot here either. But we do something with this double sixes. So the 22 links up to the 10. That seems like part of it for sure. Why are we... I think if he sees that, he'll make that play. But I think he's playing a little too quick from the midpoint here. and risking missing this huge structural improvement to just come around. That's going to be a big one. I think he just doesn't see that it's possible, but maybe he wants to take the tempo away. I don't know. Hasn't made the play yet. He senses something. Yeah, there we go. Now we found it. Yeah, Ralph says, I get to be on the board after you make that play, right? I don't have to be on the bar anymore. 2-1. I think it's just going to clean up a blot. Could make the 5 point. What do we do? Is there duplication with the sixes and aces? Not really. We're ahead in the race. I guess I would just play simple, but it's always a candidate to make the 5. Yeah, and he's going to go for that. Not too surprising. Sizable mistake here, though. But, I mean, the 5 point is forever. That's an asset that we're going to have for the whole game, so it's very difficult to pass that up. 5-3 makes 5 point on head with blots everywhere, and so Ralph really needs to perform on this roll. 4-3 can anchor or make the bar point. I think probably the 4 prime looks pretty strong here as a defensive measure, not letting our opponent escape with tempo on sixes either. Wow, he should anchor, though? I would almost certainly make the bar point, thinking, I guess this is 11 in the zone is just too much. I don't know. That's a very difficult play for me. 5-4 can't do anything from the back checkers. Okay, the follow-up's really good when he's missed. I can see it now. Do we want to give up the midpoint? I guess it doesn't seem like a big deal. And maybe play in 10-6, as annoying as that is, just to keep structure in front. 10-5, 6-2 a little bit better, though. Okay, yeah, I would have found his play. I like this 13-8, 10-6. Very close. And now Ralph with the advanced anchor. Slightly down in the race, so Jeroen has no timing. I mean, this is just overrun and positionally very strong. Going to get that cube in, slightly shy, because he still has a 4 prime and plenty of spares to play on the 6 point. But I understand it. This is not a certain one. Is he going to... Okay. I thought he, passed it for a second there. That would have been a big one. 3-2. Is this going to go for priming? The pure board points or cover the deuce? Very interesting. He finds the best of it pretty easily. I'm not sure why the 4 is so much better there. I'd be very confused on that one, too. Maybe I'm just getting tired. I don't know. Ace hits, 6 cleans up, and now he's just trying to scramble home with the racing lead and extra checkers behind his 4 prime. Plenty of play in this position after that sequence. Even though Ralph did pretty well to make the 4 point. What do we do here? 3 in to see the light and 8-6. I don't think the 10 is very valuable here. And we give up double sixes to escape. A 6-5 is duplicated, but still nice there. I don't know. I like the midpoint there better. 5-3 is ahead in the race, so I think it would love to at least spend one of the checkers coming out to the 18. The 3 looks to be the problem either way. So yeah, why don't we just do that and play 6-3, and you know what else do we have? I don't see any safe plays with the 3. He's going to take some time to look at it because it's definitely not good having to volunteer shots in this spot. But I don't think he's going to find any better. And look at all the work that 10 point's doing. What do I know? This would have been a simple just running play. Now he's got this really complicated 5-3. Okay, 2 off the 6 is fine second best. Unstacks a really heavy point. Doesn't leave quite as many shots in the outfield. But yeah, now the bar point is getting made for sure. And the rest of it, no strong preference. I guess I would just go to the 7, but I don't know. 8-2 is an interesting idea. I'm not sure. Oh, maybe we want to get recirculated and pick up all these blots that he left all around. But, okay, we would love to step up with the deuce, but then we risk having a third checker sent behind. So maybe we need to cover the ace with that. Maybe we need to cover the ace twice. Or I guess we could, hit and cover the ace. We got a lot of options here. The 5 wants to go to the ace. Pretty sure of that. Oh, we could just clear the 8. But that allows him to be more mobile. Is that a big problem here? Are we likely to be able to hang on to this anyway? Maybe not. Wow, I really don't know. This seems like it must be the DMP play. Yeah. So he's going to go for it and find the one that wins sometimes at least. Nice play there. That's a scary one to make. 4 is going to hit. 3 is going to step up to try to cover. And if Jeroen can find a 3 at the edge, he's got some life at least. Not all of them. Most of them don't cover, though. Now he's threatening to be closed out with a third checker being attacked as well. Double 6s is... that can cover the front. I think he should do that. But he would really like to hit off the edge too. So, okay, he's just going to go with that with the weak board. Yeah, that makes sense. Gives up his 6 prime to avoid the anchor. So deuce 6 is a little bit of life. And Ralf shooting at another blot from the bar now, and he's going to hit it with the 3 ace. And step up to the edge to try to escape. Jeroen just hoping he finds a deuce to anchor up, and he does. Okay. That should help him save a lot of gammons, maybe even win some games in some unlikely scenarios. 6-4 gets to get 1 checker moving and doesn't want to be hit with the deuce 6, so he just lifts. Okay. Maybe just blocking the back could be worth it too there, it felt like. But 2-5 enters, and then the 5's not so much fun. It's loose. That checker was primed. It was where we wanted it, but just no other options really. 3-1 is going to come up to the edge. Ralf happy to play a simple game, trying to contain on any sort of escaping 6. 5-4, I believe, is just going to clear the 7. No shots. Can't afford to have a 4th checker behind that prime against that good board. 4-1 can't leave the anchor. So doesn't want to play around the ace to keep outfield control? I don't think so. I think I'd just get closer to home here. But no, look at this. XG does prefer staying back on the double 6s, trying to not let his opponent escape with a 6. It'll be a huge gain for him, so I can kind of see it. But it's also a big liability to start dumping checkers behind, so feels like kind of torn. And 6-1 is going to hop out and probably continue to reduce shots by advancing further. 6-6 gets there now, though, so I don't know if it actually reduced shots. Either way, closer to home. And 3-2 can hit. Does Jeroen even want to hit the ace right now? Might buy him some interesting time to slime something home. No such luck. And does Ralf want to give up the 7 to cover the ace? I think so. I think we'd rather try to keep our opponent fanning to win a gammon that way. Oh, I'm way off on this, though. He should just use the time to run. Okay, no real risk in being hit on the ace while it's primed right now. Where if we give up a 2-5, I guess that could turn the game around. So, yeah, 5 prime probably pretty important here. That makes sense. Ralf playing a really sharp game. 3 should cover, I think. I don't think he's trying to recirculate or anything like that. All right. And as this progresses on with more and more fanning, Ralph's starting to threaten the gammon to go to 5 away, 9 away. 2-4 enters. That should help the cause quite a bit. Just immediately starts the 4-point. Yep. Hoping that his contact shows up or he's able to escape with a 6 before his board deteriorates too much. 6 out is nice, even though our opponent's waiting back for us. Not sure why 4-3 would be better there. I don't know. Can't be too different. All right. So much for containing the outfield. And double 6s. Wow, okay. So, yeah, he has to run with at least 2 anyway. So why is he going to stay back for contact and maybe lose a gammon? I don't see it. Tough to win the race with the 21 pip deficit, but what else do we have? He's forced out with 2 regardless. Can't stay on the anchor. And another set would bring him into it. At least all the gammons are pretty much wrapped up from there. Three 3-1 is not the racing roll he's looking for. 2 checkers off. Double 2s. Yeah, this one's tough to get more than 2 crossovers with. I mean, for sure that 13 to 11 and then into the 5 around to the 11. I don't know. All the same, he's going to save the gammon. Can't be too big of stuff. And 2-5. In an 11 to 9, sure. Oh, dice on checker doesn't count here. I always forget that. And a whole bunch of sets could do it. Definitely going to save the gammon next roll at least. But looking likely to go to 7 away, 9 away in favor of Ralf. Oh, hits the gap with the 4 right away. That's a bummer. Six 4 is going to hit the gap again. Not sure why 5 to ace was so clear. It's him there. Thought I would have wanted to keep my 5s working. Double 5s, that is. Sure, 4 to 2 for distribution. Filling in gaps, trying to take checkers off. 2 more off for Ralf. And 6s, okay. A little bit of life. Probably going to need another set. But a really poor, yeah, this is not a great shot from Ralf. That's going to give a little bit extra. I guess he's going to need a set either way. What am I talking about? Of course. So he might get a chance to roll 3s or better. Double 2s is going to give him 1 shot anyway. Can he turn it around? 3 4. Okay. And Ralf survives. Six 5 to open. And I think the 2 down to contain is pretty strong here. Is he supposed to split instead? Okay. Would have been thinking about that theme already, but the 2 maybe contains the outfield when checkers come down off that midpoint inevitably. This one, yeah, 2 down must be certain. And then I guess we could unstack the other point to the deuce, but just making the 5 very strong as well. 13 9 and we could run as well. Okay, 6 4 is going to make the bar point now. Very nice shake for Ralf. In a simple holding game already. 10 pip lead for Jeroen means he's just trying to run and get away with it. 6 5 would be very welcome. 4 2 can make a board point. That's fine. Any blots will be more punished now. Oh, double 6s is going to bring the race lead for Ralf now. And should he make the deuce here? Or should he just continue the ace? Oh, yeah, all 4 down, and we keep the priming structure. Yeah, that's a common theme in the opening, too. Down in the race now, I'm not really sure where he wants to step into necessarily. Maybe he doesn't have any other options. I don't know. Oh, he could at least flatten out 6 to 5. 4 3 is going to point on ahead and break both points to do it. Yeah, what else does he have? Play 2 behind with a small racing lead. Scary to do against the rack, but the upside is just too clear, I think. Fanning a quarter of the time and not always hit, and the follow-up's very strong for building all these things. And he goes for it in the end. Three 1 gets to enter and flatten out 6 to 5. I think he wants to enter high. Maybe not. Maybe it would be better to enter on the 24. Okay. I didn't think about that one very hard. 5 4 3 to attack. That's going to make a point. Another beautiful shot for Ralf. 7 away, 9 away. Doesn't have to adjust the cube too much. 24 pips. 4-point board. His opponent has such a strong board that it's a little bit scary to send here. And plus, he's just on the ground now, like threatening any awkward rolls. So I don't think Ralf has anything here. Threatening some gammons when things go well. 3s is just going to break a whole lot of contact. I think 15 and 10 like that. Yep, yep. From both sides, that's as far as the 18 could go. Otherwise, you would keep going. That's a pretty good roll, too. 5 2. could link up and avoid being gammoned at least. Why does he want to stay back and be attacked? Because he's just dead in the race and he's passing if he runs. Does that mean he should stay? I don't really know. I guess he can make the 3-point. Yeah, that is much better. He just has to pass after this play, I think is pretty clear. Yep, and we have a clear 1 after that one. I'm surprised, though, that he can kind of go for it. Oh, and then Ralf is thinking about the cube, notices the cube is on his side. Send it. And we're dropping with 22 pip racing lead. So you just can't run when you're down that much, especially when you can make such a nice 4-point board. That one's going to cost him that game. Not often that a checker play mistake just like changes from playable to not playable, but that's not actually that big of a difference either. Not like it's so exciting to get to take when you're under the pressure either. It's just a little bit better than the full point loss. Not a whole point better or anything like that. 5-4 can probably start to play down at this score if it wants, but splitting must be fine too. Double 4s is going to point on head. Beautiful shot for Ralf. 6 away, 9 away. He's going to have to be a little more careful with the cube. 2-6. What does this do? We don't really like to slot into a better board, but I don't know. We're already so down in the race and everything. I guess, yeah, just coming out trying to make the anchor makes a lot of sense. 4-1 gets to hit twice. Ralf is going to have a bunch of gammon threat here. On awkward entries, it could still make a lot of sense to send a cube. 2-5. Maybe that's not awkward enough, but I don't know. There's a lot of gammons here. A lot of gammons and a lot of wins and a lot of tempo, and he's just going to send it over. Easy take. Jeroen says, what is this for? Yeah, still a take for money too, but nice find by both. 6-1 is going to continue the blitz. 4-2 is going to enter 2. Ralf looking to blast away with 2s, 4s, and 6s and combos. 3 up. Ooh, that should do everything. It can switch 5-2. I think maybe we could hit on the bar point and switch 5-2, or we could hit loose from the 8 as well. He wants to make a 4th board point. Usually the 4th isn't worth that. Okay. Nice find. He's got that one covered. Doesn't mind so much of his opponent anchors, apparently. Follow up really strong here. 4-5 is hitting loose on the high point and bringing another one in the zone. Yep. Why not? And things looking good to go to. There's going to be a lot of 2 away in Ralf's future here after this gammonish cube. 5-6 can cover the deep point, and then hit on the deep point, sorry. And the 5 can come down again. All 3 on the roof. If you can't see him, you can see him over in the XG feed. What is this? 3-1. Oh, that can cover both. We can just switch off the 5. That's a nice one if we spot it. Not having to leave blots on board at all. 8-4, of course, feeling like the natural play. And it's going to be a little bit hard to make the 5-point, but we don't necessarily need to win this game or to win a gammon. Yeah, I think 8-7 is clear, and then I guess after that, 18-13. Better than front loading. We don't really like the checkers to be so close to the open gap there. Not a lot of options for doing better there, though. 5 in, looking to hit loose with 3s, 2s. Some 8s. So the 3 gets to hit, and the 4 gets to come down for the cover. And big swing on a 5 here. Fans. And so Ralf most likely going to cover and proceed home with the closeout in likely gammon, unless he can't hop the 1' or the gap to 2'. 4-1 gets to step up, get a little bit closer to getting out. Do 3s crack already? No, I don't think so. 4 gets to hop all the way. Yep. Nice shot for him. Double 6s, doesn't leave a shot, but buries some checkers deep. Still, if he can just bear in safe, he's winning a gammon with all these checkers outside. Almost nothing moved in the position. So if he clears from the back, he's going to have immediate shot levers, and if he just takes 2 off, he doesn't. So I think he should just take 2 off. He could clear from the 5, though. I didn't notice that play. I guess he could clear from the 4 and not leave any shots, too. No, there'd still be 6-2. Yeah. All of them have shot levers if we go with it. So we just got to follow Michi's 0 position rule. 6-1, 5-1, 6s, 5s, 4s. That's actually quite a few numbers, you know. And so he's trying to figure out how to not leave a shot with a play like this because he fears a double decker, but he's going to leave a bunch when he doesn't have to leave any. So I think if he spots that at least for one roll, it's perfectly safe. He'll just take that instead of volunteering potential shots now. It is always a trade-off in these, though, against like some short-term risk for long-term safety kind of stuff, and thinks this is going to be the most robust down the road. Tough to fault it. Looks weird to leave the strippy position on the outside. 4-1 is going to repeat the shot levers. Some of them. He made the sets better. But the 6-1 and 5-1 are still there. Oh, there we go. And then what is he? Oh, maybe I'm... What did he just... Oh, double twos. I wonder if it's like not entering anything because I'm like hammering on the F keys instead of the number keys. Whenever I do that, that'd be hilarious. I hope that's not bad for the stream. 4-1. All right. Evens out on the outside instead of taking another checker off. I think that makes sense. Doesn't want his high numbers to leave shots. 6-2 is going to clear safely. And 4s is going to... Is he ready to just resign the gammon? Count his crossovers real quick. Yeah, this tends to be harder to calculate than just rolling it out. So 4-6, okay, 2 off. And yeah, on our way to 2-away, 9-away, almost certainly. 5-4. We can, there we go, full crossover with that 17-12. So if it is possible, that must be part of it. Aces takes a bunch of checkers off, locks that gammon up even further. 3-1 is not going to help. 2 crossovers just in case. 7 and 6, okay, he's ready to resign it. And there we go. 9-away, 2-away, big lead for Ralf. A lot of work to do to come back to this one. What is our match equity at 9-away, 2-away? Is under 10% now, down to 9.8. Got a steep climb to get back in this match, but he's going to get to send really aggressive cubes. That's going to help him out a little bit. 6-4 at leading scores, likes to just run and play a simple game. But Ralf likes to split, apparently. Oh, he's just going to run. Knows the score thing. Probably knows they're very close, too. 6-4 probably points in response to that run. Oh, it can split. That's an interesting play, too. Yeah. Splitting pass is often pretty strong to challenge the blot that wants to land in the outfield a lot of the time. 3-what? 3-5 can hit. And even though an undoubled gammon would win the match for Ralf, generally not looking for that. Looking for simple games instead. 2 gets to... Oh, wow. Gets to enter and hit twice. And what was the last... He's only played 3 of them. So he's going to bring another attacker down. Okay. Nice spot, Ralf. He was happy with those 3. Not that he didn't want to play another one. Yeah, and at this 2-way scoreline, seems like a nice time to get an early cube in. Still an easy take for Ralf with no points in board and 3 checkers back, but has that nice tempo gain. 6-4 gets the point on head. Nice tight find there. Really, I didn't even think about it yet as Jeroen, but he found that easily. So good stuff from him. Very comfortable with the score, clearly. 5-1. Interesting. He wants to have the anchor. Yeah, sure. Spread out for attacking makes a lot of sense. Gets another fan on a 2-point board. Wow. All right. Double 5s. Gets to make the 3-point. And what else? Just come down? Yeah, sure. Ooh, double 5s is a huge entry. Can point on the ace just to buy a little time to try to pick up more blots. I think that's pretty strong. And it's going to be, ooh, Joker's back and forth. How many can we clean up with this? 3 of them is the answer. So I think we should do that. Just play behind with a bunch of them. 18-13 instead. Wow, I'm surprised by that. I would have just been shuffling checkers behind entirely here. This 4th best play makes the most sense to me. And that's the simple play that Jeroen's going to find 2. Double threes is going to continue the attack. Wow, okay, so some life in this game, and maybe Ralf is going to turn this around and win the match right here and now. Definitely Jeroen is like overrun in this position and very stiff and just like a moment away from being in a ton of trouble all the time here. 3-1. 3 in and 1 down. Okay, creates 5s that he didn't have, but he has a blotting board too, so the indirect's not too bad. What is that? It's another fan. Wow, Ralf really in the driver's seat now. Does he want to hit or create the extra board point? Decides he needs more of the... Oh, gets complete outfield control with this too. Yeah, that looks pretty strong. Ace 3. Doesn't care about winning the gammon at all at 2 away. Aw, thanks, Madison. Glad you like it. 2-1 gets to make a board point. And yeah, Ralf all but locked up this match now. It's going to take a small miracle for Jeroen to get back in this one. But I mean, we see miracles in backgammon all the time. Now that he's got the 22-point Latzovig and fairly even race too. I think, oh, maybe the best way to clean this up is actually 17, 13, 12, 10 or something like this. But of course we can link up to the 12. But another point is just kind of inflexible. Maybe he doesn't have the space for it. Yeah, nice find there to keep flexibility and keep the pressure on this 6 that has to come out from somewhere. That looks like 6s, 3s, and 4s to hit to put Ralf back in the driver's seat. He had better plays. 22 to 16, 6-5 would reduce shots potentially. It does seem like a lot. Like there must be something better he can find. And I still feel like Jeroen is playing as though he's like under time pressure here, but has like over 20 minutes on the clock. Speed gammon stuff. Ace in, and no new blots right now. Just going to play 6-4. And right back in this game now. It's not clear who's really favored here with Jeroen on roll. Getting to hit loose, can still win a bunch of gammons with all these checkers outside if he closes out. So yeah, I think he should go for it. Stay all in. And lot hinging on this ace. Can't hit it. What did he get wrong with that 7-2? Maybe he should hit loose and come out and be like more all in than he was. Yeah, the 22 to 18 he missed. 5 covers, 6 out. Keeps the anchor. I'm not sure how necessarily that was either. Gets a fan. Okay, now he's back to threatening to win 4 points and like tighten up this match. 5s gets to come out with 1 and bury 2 to the ace. And then you get to choose your last one. That's a disaster. Wow. Things were really coming back together. Now Ralf can just enter on the 5 or the 2 and be in great shape for containing this game too with the pure structure. Terrible one. What is 6s going to do? That's a little fast even. I guess we just play, maybe make the 13 and come into the 4. And we focus on that single checker back there. Or sorry, make the 7. Yeah, come into the 4. We want to stay back for containment for sure. So maybe after we enter, we would prefer to just stay put and not trade the 13 for the 7. But this is the best we got. 4-1 can't link up, and it's forced to break the 17. Oh, man, he is finding some nightmare rolls, but finds a lot of duplication on the aces. 7s are duplicated as well, strangely enough. Does 5-5 reach anything? It does. It hits on the 9 and can make the deuce along with it. And our game's almost over if he doesn't roll a 3 from the bar. I mean, how do we not do that? He can keep the priming structure instead and maybe let him enter on a deuce. I just don't see why. Better distribution, he thinks. Okay. Yeah, this is a strange one to me. It seems so nice to do natural just make the deuce and almost be done with it. Yeah, asks why he didn't want to make that. 3-2, all the same. Keep spares better for bear off. 4-3 is going to come in and play behind somehow. Probably 4 to ace. Only a small racing lead though, so Jeroen can get right back in this, but exactly the game that Ralf is hoping for. Racing lead against an anchor, not risking gammons really at all anymore, and threatening to win the match with this game right here. On a 2 cube. 4-2. Hops out right away. Okay. Yeah, I guess he doesn't want to bury any more checkers, but it feels like a very uncertain one. 4-1 is going to take 2 off. Okay. And what do we got? 6 what? Makes the 6 point. Needs the shot now. Not going to get it, though. I don't see any shot levers anyway. 5-4 is going to take 2 off. And Ralf just hoping that he has to run with the 6. He doesn't. He can stay for the contact one more time. And still no shot levers, though, I don't think. 5-1 looks like it wants to take 2 off. Like, what can go wrong? Our opponent's just going to have to leave so often, and if they don't, they're going to be down to a 3-point board. So better to just get the checkers off at this point. It's going to take a little time to think about it, but almost 98% after that play to win this match right here. And when he doesn't win that 98% of the time, then he'll be at 2 away, 7 away. And still with like over 80% to win. So huge favorite. This would be quite the turnaround for Jeroen to survive this and then also win this match. So most likely Ralf Jonas advancing to your undefeated finals tomorrow. And that's going to do it, he says. Okay. Action resigns single game. Ralf Jonas, your first undefeated finalist. Always a top contender in these tournaments. Really strong player. Really great match across both these. I think he played it under a 3 in the other one and like a flat 2 in this. Like just amazing stuff. One of the top players in the world to be certain. Too bad we don't see someone like him in the UBC and stuff. I'd be very interested to see what he can do. But plays to win too, so maybe adjust some and that's a little bit different. But man, that was a great match from him and really strong stuff from Jeroen that I haven't got to watch play before too. Ended right at like pretty solid PR on that one. Late at night, made some fast plays, missed some small things, but I thought pretty strong overall and felt like he was really, the game he played, he was really comfortable with too. Feels like really established that way. Like doesn't have to think too hard about some complicated plays. Like just knows his stuff, So I find that impressive too. When our level of play is also fast and so comfortable like that. But that's going to wrap it up for today. I'll play you out for a little bit here, and we'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning with the undefeated finals. Until then, I'll catch you then. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks for the sponsors, Topax Mind Games and Casino Loot Rocky. And we'll be back with more backgammon action tomorrow. A whole bunch of matches tomorrow as we find the undefeated finalists and start moving through the late rounds of that semifinals or of that second chance bracket. Be back soon, everybody. Bye for now.